Habari, bonjour. Is Mozambique here today? Is Cote d'Ivoire here today? Bonjour, Cote d'Ivoire. Good morning, Namibia. Good morning, Egypt. We also salute and greet Eswatini. They are here. Marbuanji, Zambia. We also would like to greet Benin, all the way from Cotonou. They are not using their sets, so they cannot hear us. Yeah. Sierra Leone is in the room. Greetings, Sierra Leone. Yes, so Isa is in the room. Asa is in the room. ILO is here. Kenya is right here. So the morning chair, when we continue with our very dynamic, informative, and insightful sessions on country experiences, the morning chair will be Chad will be the morning chair, but we'll start with a recap. The recap, which is extremely important technical contribution. There must always be a recap to make sure that people understood and people were there. Our colleague this morning, Mary, will be doing the recap. So as I invite her and request her to come to the podium, I also want to confirm that our interpretation is ready. Good morning, interpreters.
Morning.
Are you there this morning? Good morning. So there's no interpretation. Can you speak to us?
We are there.
Thank you very much and welcome to day 2. So interpretation is ready and Mary is ready to come and do the recap. Colleagues, we are glad to note that we are continuing to day 2 smoothly. There are no challenges, but if there are challenges, remember there are people here from the Republic, from South Africa. They can always guide us. Mary.
Good morning, everyone, once again. And I hope we all had a restful time and we are re-energized for today. So just to give an overview of what went on yesterday and also to refresh our memories on the key activities that happened yesterday. We started with the opening where we had ILO open, gave us the opening remarks. We also had the ISA welcome us. We had ASA as well. We had the AU Commission welcome us. And then lastly, we had the government of South Africa to welcome. And then we went straight into defining or giving an overview of the objectives of the meeting and also the expected outcomes. And the Commission highlighted that the objectives of the first ASSCCF is basically a platform where social security institutions come together to exchange information and also learn from best practices. And also the expected outcomes is that at the end of today, we are going to learn diverse ways on social security and also social protection, and we go back home and implement recommendations that were pointed out from this session. Afterwards, we had the Commission also present the terms of reference of the ASSCCF, and it was pointed out that the terms of reference was already endorsed by the fourth Specialized Technical Committee on Social Development, Labor and Employment. So it was just to present the terms of reference, and then any other adjustments to the terms of reference will be done afterwards. But yes. And then we also discussed on the modalities of the way forward, and it was pointed out the modality in nominating or also creating the bureau for the ASSCCF, and the Commission pointed out that the legal counsel would guide this forum on how to proceed with the election of the bureau. So then we also had ILO present the regional social protection strategy, where ILO gave us the state of play on coverage in Africa, and also they pointed out that the regional social protection strategy will be revised from 2021 to 2025 and then going forward. We also had ISA also give us an overview of the state of play of social protection in Africa, where they gave us statistics on the coverage and also challenges and also benefits of social protection coverage. Then after lunch, we had a panel discussion, a very interesting panel discussion where we discussed on extending social protection to migrant workers. And then we had a very beautiful panel where we discussed on social protection and migration. Then we now delved into the very interesting session as well, where we had country experiences on how countries extend social protection to informal workers and also the rural economy as well as migrant workers. That's where we stopped, and then we are going to continue from today. So with this long overview, I would like to invite maybe 2 or 3 member states to actually point out one key message or one key recommendation that you got from yesterday's session. So just in one sentence, what was the most striking thing that came out for you from yesterday's session? Anyone wants to go first? Okay, Nigeria.
Good morning, everyone. One of the key things that stood out for me yesterday was that even though, like in some countries, several agencies are anchoring the social security and social protection aspect of things, and we are here pushing for sub-regional, regional, and continental adoption and implementation of these social protection systems. It's very important that within us, internally in a country, we should also drive for that internal stakeholder engagement and collaboration, because that's the only way that we can have that coordination and cooperation that at the end of the day will reflect for Africa. So that's one of the key things that stood out for me, that we have a lot of work to do within each of the countries to make sure that we increase awareness and trust of the social protection systems. We also build capacity within us to be able to implement all the recommendations that are coming in. And also we should be able to simplify some of the administrative processes that are like bottlenecks for especially the informal sector and the migrant workers to get access to those benefits. So.
Thank you very much for pointing out that we not only need continental coordination, but also internal national coordination. Please, who else want to point out key recommendations from yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay, Sierra Leone, please.
Yeah, thank you so much. One thing that came out clearly yesterday was that in as much as Africa, we are making progress, but there are still coverage gaps, especially in dealing with migrant workers and the informal sector. So we need to work hard, we need to collaborate, we need to cooperate with each other for us to have extension of coverage to those categories of our population. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's important that social protection is for all and not one part of the population. The last recommendation from yesterday, the last point that stood out from yesterday. One more member state. Mali, please.
Thank you very much. Well, I think on my side that in light of what we heard, the explanations we heard, and from the presentations, something came out for me. We need to agree to have a document a small brochure containing or compiling all the experiences from the countries. And then we need to channel that document to the member states. At least we will have a compilation of all the good practices in terms of social protection. Thank you.
Lead us to the next session of the continuation of country experiences. So before I take down the floor, I would like to point out that recommendations should not just stop here in the room. Recommendations should not stop at the forum, but we should take these recommendations back home as ASSCCF, as national social security institutions, and also as we, the Commission, and also international organizations to implement the recommendations that would come out from this meeting. So thank you very much, and I wish you a very great deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mary, for the recap and for kicking us off today. And now we have the honor to invite to the podium the chair for this next session, which is Chad. Chad, you are invited so that we can continue with country experiences. Chad. Bienvenue, Chad. And I believe Chad will then invite the member states that would then join him as he moderates the next session. Yes, so your chair is here. Chair. Thank you very much. Over to you, Chad.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Good morning, everyone. I think that Madame Mary introduced us already. And I would like to support and come back on the theme we are going to cover today. As you know, we started on this theme yesterday already. So we're going to carry on and focus on the same topic. Are you following? So this theme is related to experiences, our social security institutions, in regard with the extension of these services to the informal economy. If I remember well, we focused on that yesterday. We mentioned a lot of comments on the informal economy, but we didn't focus so much on the rural sector, which is a very important sector in our economies. And the majority of our populations is made up of rural population. So that's why most of the activities are focused at the family level in rural areas. So naturally, this segment of the population is very difficult to cover in terms of social security. So I would like to call upon the countries who had to share the experiences with us in order for them to focus more on the informal economy in the rural areas. And I might say that most of the economy, up to 40% of our economies, are based on the rural sector. So I would like to invite the following countries to join me here. Benin, are you here? Please come forward. Burundi, please come forward. You here, I think. Comoros, DRC. No. It's Congo, Brazzaville, the Republic of Congo. Are they here? Côte d'Ivoire. Madam, you are here. Maybe you can join me here. Djibouti. Djibouti, please join me. Are you here, Djibouti? Egypt. You can join me also. And the DRC. So, as you noticed, we are following the same agenda, and we're going to do the things as we did yesterday. We're going to focus on the experiences and the extension of social security to informal and rural economies. So if you are around, please join me here in front at the high table. Well, we're going to start with those who are already here while we wait for the others. Benin, are you here? Maybe you can join us as well. So do not fear. I think we're going to carry on with the informal sector since that's where our experiences lies more. But we will touch something on the rural sectors. So in the future, we must remember that we will have to focus on the rural sector as well. So we need to remember all the segment of the population, the fishermen, the farmers. So what we will try to do is to share some of our experiences in that area. I'm going to give the floor to Côte d'Ivoire. We're going to start with Côte d'Ivoire. They're going to share their experiences with us. So she's not ready yet. We're going to move to the next one. Please go ahead. My name is Emmanuel Ivoro. I am from Burundi. I am the Director General of the Social Security Institute. Concerning our experience as Burundi, I would like to say that we haven't made much yet in the informal and rural sectors. We are still finding ways to move in that area and rely a lot on the experiences from other countries. So we would like to find out, when you want to extend that coverage in the informal sector, we would like to find out if the global approach should be to focus rather to motivate, to incentivize more those in the informal sector. Are there any barriers, or do you need to use some motivations to support them? So if there's anyone here who can share their experiences in that area, we would be grateful. Otherwise, concerning what we have done already, because we did something. For instance, we have a program based on what, in fact, the program focuses on the transfer of money to vulnerable population. So that program, which was just implemented, is of a duration of 3 years in our countries, and it has made lot of improvement in life of our population. So what happens is that we give some money to those people. Our currency is about 30,000, which converted equates to $10. So every month we provide that amount to those family for 3 years. And besides, we also have a support system which is very strong. So that money is being used for small scale projects, among which agriculture is a part. And we also have experts who are following up on that project, and they are supporting the population. That program made a lot of difference in the life of those people for the duration of 3 years. I don't have the specific numbers. However, there are at least 30,000 people who had their life transformed during that period of 3 years. Yet they are being supported by experts. We do have another program, Health program, which introduced a system called CAM. So CAM is an health insurance cards provided to vulnerable families in order for them to have access to treatment, low-cost treatment. And they are supported by the government, and they have access to hospitals where they are being treated, and the government takes care of the difference in terms of cost. So those cards, those health insurance cards, are very affordable. And that is why the government comes in to pay the difference in terms of treatments. I would like to say also that mostly our experiences in the country is based on these two programs that are quite successful. For the moment, we have started two major projects. We are introducing what Mali mentioned or spoke about yesterday, what we call the unique identifier. And so we are in fact collecting data which will allow us to categorize the different individuals according to the different groups that will be introduced and allow them to support each other. We are working with the government. So that's one of the major projects. The other major project, we are trying to introduce the universal health coverage. It's just the beginning, but we are still working on it. And some studies have been carried out already, which will allow us to penetrate the informal and rural sector, because the universal health coverage is for everyone. This is what I can mention in terms of our experience in Burundi. Thank you very much. So we've heard the presentation by our colleague from Burundi. I hope you noted some of their achievements. We are going to move to the next presenter, Madame from Comoros. And then after her, Côte d'Ivoire will take the floor. But in the meantime, I would like to ask the delegation from Congo to join us. When we invited you earlier, you were not in the room, in the hall yet. Madame from Comoros, you have the floor. Thank you for giving me the floor. My name is Madame Muni Fatima, the General Director of the Pension Fund in Comoros. First of all, I would like to talk to you about our institutional arrangement in terms of social protection at the national level. We have three institutions in the country: the pension fund, Comoro Pension Fund, of which I am the director, the fund for public administrators, parliamentarians, because Comoro is a small country, less than 1 million inhabitants. That is why we have this concentration of different categories of in the same fund. We also have a fund, National Solidarity Fund, which deals with professional incidents or professional activities. We also have a third fund, which was set up recently because the first two were created during the colonial era. So the third one is the military fund for the retirement of and it also has in its center a medical center. So they are more diverse than the other categories. We didn't have medical insurance in Comoros, but now we are trying to set up this universal health coverage for all the population. That is public servant, rural population, like the fishermen, farmers, everyone will be included in that insurance, in that universal coverage. We also have, some challenges in terms of that coverage and in terms of extending that coverage to the informal sector and the rural sector as well, but also the fisher sector, because we are an island state, and in an island state, the major activity is fishing. So in terms of extension of those services, we need to strengthen the existing funds in order to extend the coverage to everyone. And those funds need to be of quality. And the funds should be available so that we can absorb different categories. We also have challenges, administrative challenges. The national arrangement will be reviewed, which is the one in place for the moment. It will be reviewed, and we will be working with other stakeholders. So this is a little bit what we are experiencing in Comoro right now. We are trying to see how we can review our legislative framework, because as you know, in terms of social security, you need to have some arrangement at the legal or administrative level before you start extension actions. So this is a little bit a summary of our situation, and that is for the extensions of our social security services. We started 6 years ago working at universal coverage for the active population. We have a retirement regime for the private, the public servant, but we need to cover the rural and informal sector, especially the fishermen, and when it comes to a professional accident or for retirement. So this is what happens in Comoro. So we are going to invite Egypt if there's any questions on the side, and then we'll see if we can move ahead with the presentations. Benin is ready. I would like to say that Benin is ready. Very well. You are ready, but I think we will give you the floor later. And I think you already have done your presentations in terms of the informal sector. But if you have something to say on the rural segment, please just get ready and we'll give you the floor in a few minutes. Egypt, you have the floor.
We are talking to informal sectors. I think in Egypt, we have the same issue from each country. Our challenge in Egypt is for informal sector, unknowing numbers, no association, a lack of associations that represent them, limited awareness. They don't know the irregular labor. They don't know they don't know what about social insurance is important. So the Egyptian law regarding the development of small, medium, and micro enterprises gives special benefits like tax breaks and a new business opportunity to help these people. The government is working with there are awareness campaigns happening at the workplace to teach people about these rights. The initiative is being prepared in coordinating with the relevant state ministers to divide the types of informal sector: contract workers, farmers. We go to preparation to cover these sectors. I think the technology, I said that the technology is the way overcome these problems to deal with in sector informal sectors. So we have many initiatives to do it in Egypt to explain to the people the rights to cover them in to take pension and to take his rights in country. So I can summarize what I said, that the most important challenge for all of countries, no data, no associations represent the informal sectors, the limited awareness, and we can coordinate as countries in African to exchange the experience and exchange the data, because now in Egypt we have about 4 million students come to Egypt. So I have irregular labor in Egypt, and besides this, we come from many countries like Palestine, like Sudan. We come over to Egypt to so we have a big a large number of people in the informal sectors. I think if we want to solve this problem, we must go to the technology. We must go to represent the sectors. We must go to exchange the experience with other countries in African and another countries in Asia or whatever. So I can finally, I want to ensure that the Egyptian law give special benefits like tax breaks, the new business, take new business opportunities to help this sector to emerge in a formal sector. And thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Nabounou, manager du département coopération, et je représente le directeur général.
I represent the Director General of Côte d'Ivoire. On his behalf, I would like to thank the organizers and all the participants for having come to this meeting and their commitment to social issues in Africa. I think this task is not redundant because it is something that would allow us to overcome the challenges that the continent faces. When we come to the matter of social coverage in Côte d'Ivoire, I'd like to inform you that in order to warranty, or rather to give the population better protection, the government has proposed 4 items designed to enhance social safety. We have an item that addresses matters relating to workers, and then also a universal coverage insurance package. And I would like to start by introducing the general regime that is due to cover the worker as the situation stands today. This program was the emanation of a decree, a presidential decree, which was promulgated at the time. So it relates to workers in the agricultural sector, traders, artists, and those who are in liberal professions, even Ivorians who are in the diaspora. In order to carry out in an efficient manner the implementation of this program, feasibility studies were initiated as far back as 2014, and various consultations were also organized, and a consultant was recruited to go through all these to determine their social and demographic connection to what the government intends to propose to the people. So agricultural workers represent 40% of the population of the workers in the informal sector, then traders 35.4%, artists 13%, and so on. So the fact that we included workers in the agricultural sector was very important in Cote d'Ivoire because they were not part of any insurance before. So, as that was stated, it was important that we include them so that we give them the necessary coverage. To date, 600,000 freelance workers have been included in this program. So we wanted to further study their case because they work seasonally, and the manner in which also their salaries are paid would be more flexible so that they can then work either daily, monthly, or weekly, or they could also anticipate a payment for the various activities that are then paid to them, because this part of the population, of course, is not covered in any other manner. So I'm saying this, but I don't know how it happens in other countries, because in Cote d'Ivoire, because this segment of the population is in the informal sector, in order for us to reach them, the savings department came up with the various associations, trade unions, and cooperatives. So government institutions such as the branch that covers workers for diseases, there is a partnership between this particular department and other branches of government in order to exchange information. And then we have another project that covers women, Ivorian women, and partnerships have been reached, and we wanted to actually make sure that they are reachable, because access to them is not that easy. And this is what Cote d'Ivoire is implementing as we speak. So to come back to migrant workers, I don't know if I have time or how do I proceed. So to come back to migrant workers, and I'm not going to dwell too much on it, because Cote d'Ivoire is a country that welcomes a lot of migrants. roughly 2.5 million migrants are working in Cote d'Ivoire, according to the report that we got from the Census Office. So there are agreements to cooperate bilaterally on social security so that this segment of the population continues to enjoy their right even when they change countries or they retire. We also agreements of payments with Burkina Faso, with Benin, Senegal, Mali, and Niger. And all these allow for us to cover those migrants from the various countries that I've just mentioned. And then at CNPS, what we are doing is to suggest that some other international conventions of ILO be adopted, such as Convention 118 on the conservation of the rights of national workers and international ones. Because as a technical department, we can't expect the government to do everything. So we're trying to come up with other solutions so that these taking into account the evolution of the socio-economic environment in which we live. Thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much, ma'am. So let's continue with listening to speakers. Then later on, we'll go to questions. So let me recognize my colleague on my left from Congo, who's going to make his presentation as well. Thank you. My name is Evariste Ondongo, Director General of the Social Security organ in Congo-Brazzaville, and I'd like to take this opportunity to say thank you to the organizers of this meeting for giving us the opportunity to be able to address this forum. In Congo, there is 2 social security regimes that are operational. There is the one that manages civil servants and the other ones who work in the other government departments. And they're all subject to the Code of Workers, of which I am the manager. In 2011, the Congolese government noticed that these 2 programs that ensure protection of the workers covered only 15% of the said population. So across the entire country, only 15% were covered. And this program, therefore, despite the fact that the government guarantees any acquired rights, and the fact that these rights can then be enjoyed over the period an individual is working. So we have a migrant population that was covered by the same insurance program. So having noted that we had only 15% of the population that was covered, the government decided to carry out major reforms, allowing the establishment of 4 regimes. The first one is the one that covers people against diseases. It's a universal coverage, and well, it's not operational as we speak, not yet. So it covers all the Congolese citizens without distinction. The second one, it covers the family and children in difficult situations. So it is the government that covers all the people who don't have the required resources, who are not salaried. We have in mind widows and children, and therefore the government has decided to cover all these people who have no possibility of getting access to a job, and also covers those who work in the police force, and takes into account professional risks. We also bear in mind the fact that they are the retirements of those who work in the private sector, who in some cases do not have access to this coverage. The government, therefore, intends protecting the entire population of the country, and by the same token, multiply the various social activities, including retirement and other social activities. So, in brief, this is what the Congolese government has done. Now, as far as Congo is concerned, with regard to migrant workers, Congo has signed a number of conventions with other countries, including France, with Rwanda. Well, it's not yet operational. Then Congo has also ratified a multilateral convention for social security for an organization called CIPRES. Once it is activated, the rights of all migrants who live in the countries covered by social security are going to be covered. So in short, this is what I can share with you regarding my country. Thank you very much, Honorable Managing Director. Let me now recognize, or rather, let me open the question and answer session, because later on I'll make a small presentation on my country, Chad. But for the meantime, I think let's open up the discussion so that people can then intervene following the various presentations we've listened to. I would have wished to see whether we could also consider the rural areas. I'm insisting on this because my country is a country that is mostly rural. 80% of the population lives in rural areas, in villages and so on. So you have agriculturalists, you have people who deal mostly with cattle rearing, and also a lot of the participants probably know fully well the fact that we have nomadic populations, and we have a tribe called Madi that is involved in that particular sector. I think when our parents were working, they had to pay taxes, and that's what contributed to social support. But over the recent years, all this has virtually disappeared. So if there are countries that have got experience in this particular field, they can come and make presentations so that we can learn from them. I know a little bit Sahelian countries such as Mali and other countries, neighboring countries. And if you have questions, please feel free to ask them. And so let's see if there are any questions in the room. Yes, Sierra Leone followed by Kenya. Let's start with Kenya, because Kenya is a country that is big in both stocks and agriculture.
Is just maybe not a question per se, but something maybe I would want to see from the panelists, whether there is any of the countries that has any program on social protection or social security for teenage and adolescent mothers, because we have a whole 24% of our adolescents in Africa being pregnant, we have a whole 20% of our children being in child labor, and we have another 20% of children being orphaned. And I've realized when we are talking about social security for the rural and informal workers, we don't seem to be taking care of this category, or they seem to get lost in our programming. I was just wondering whether there is any country that has a specific social protection intervention that focuses on the under 18, so that at the end of the day, we don't have to wait for them at the tail end when they have grown old. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mine is actually not going to be a question, but I want to use this opportunity to share the small experience that we have also had in expanding coverage to the informal sector workers. Of course, whilst we have diversities, we have a point of convergence on the fact that there is coverage gap. When you look at the figures across the various countries, they speak the same in terms of coverage. What we did, realizing that there is this huge coverage gap, of course, the Director General of my institution decided to actually make the extension of coverage a part of the strategic plan of the institution, such that it becomes a project that will be monitored from point of beginning on to the end. So on that note, what he did was to engage the ILO for technical discussions on how we can proceed with this extension of coverage project. Together with ILO, we developed roadmap. That roadmap clearly spelled out what to do. We set up both technical committees and steering committees the technical committees to look at technical papers, look at other country experiences, put them together, and the steering committee will provide the overall governance. Interestingly, my minister with me is a chairman of the steering committee that was set to look at the expansion of coverage to the informal sector. And part of the roadmap was, one, to conduct a study on what are the barriers and the social security priority needs of the informal sector. In as much as, yes, our current law provides that they can participate voluntarily, but over 20 years, only 2% of our membership is in the informal sector. So it means huge coverage gap. That study was conducted by an external agent. We consulted an outsider to conduct the study to give it the validity and independence that is required. They came up with the barriers, and that study also involved a lot of participants' observation and focus group discussions with various informal sector groups, including the rural farmers, fishermen, and the various categories, out of which an actuarial valuation was done, again by the ILO. They provided technical support in that area. We consulted the actuaries of ILO, and they have done an inception actuarial valuation, which was submitted, the report was submitted to the chairman of the steering committee on the 5th of September, before this conference. So that is the journey that we have taken. But in this journey, we have identified few critical success factors that we need to share with you. Firstly, there should be political will and support, not only by word of mouth, but total commitment from governance level, which is why if you see with us here in this first Social Security Conference, the minister himself chose to be with us so that he will register the political commitment. Secondly, there should be effective leadership within the Social Security institutions themselves, because of the astute leadership of the current Director General, he thinks I have to move it further. I have to push. And my goal is to achieve coverage in this sector. Also, we have identified effective ICT infrastructure because in the study, they mentioned, the informal sector workers mentioned that we have a lot of bureaucracies in our contribution, collection, and mobilization. So they believe at the comfort of their doorsteps, if they can aggregate their contributions, it will make a good meaning for them to be part of the scheme. Also, administrative capacity. Because this is a unique set of people, the administrative structure of the current social security systems are not aligned to their administrative structure. In the first place, we go to our offices with coat and tie. To the informal sector worker, if you go to their places with coat and tie, they will have a different, it's a matter of concept around the brain that, no, these people are here again to pick up our money from us and invest it in a different way. Also, we identified effective stakeholders' engagement and commitment. In the field of social protection, we have different stakeholders. For us, we have our development partners, the UN agencies, the World Bank, ILO, ISA, all of them play a major role in extension of coverage. So there should be effective stakeholders' commitment. And one thing that we also identified is that awareness raising and social marketing should be run throughout the implementation of extension of coverage. From conception to delivery, it should be part of it. And finally, what is critical is the availability of funds for the extension of coverage, because those inception processes require funds. But with the political commitment, with the effective leadership, the funds can be mobilized. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Merci pour vos contributions.
Thank you very much for your contributions. As you may have noticed, that we are trying to take you from the experiences lived by other countries. Of course, situations vary from one country to the other. So here we are 16, but ILO is trying to give us the main thrust of our activities, so we need to bear that in mind, because populations are not that keen in some cases, and we have all sorts of tribes, and some countries have got smaller landmass, and others are big, and weather conditions are also different rather. So what we need to do is share experiences so that we see and learn from what is happening elsewhere, so that we can replicate that in our own area. Mali has the floor. My name is Siliba Traore from Mali, and our national director had shared the experience of what Mali is currently doing. And in his statement, he said that we are actually expanding social protection. In 2018, in December, a law that led to the coverage for universal coverage for diseases was promulgated, but we wanted to have additional ideas, especially for coverage, because in our legislation we've decided to expand this coverage to the agriculture sector, rural areas, and artists. Those are segments of the population that did not benefit from that coverage before. So some of the activities are not making progress, because in order for us to cover this category of people, we need to think about how to work in cooperatives. And another item that we had in mind is to have people who join these institutions on their own, and especially for seasonal workers, because when they are ready to begin working, they realize that maybe the time span that was allocated to a given field has expired. So in some countries, we have experience where we accept the principle of retroactive payment, because there are segments of the population who are opposed to that, because it could allow some people who suffer from this or that diseases and who know that maybe they will come and enjoy the benefits of having access to healthcare. So we thought that this coverage is important because it needs to cover this segment of the population as well. Because I know that we have had the opportunity to go and see what Cote d'Ivoire is doing. And in Cote d'Ivoire, they've come up with mechanisms and practical measures that compel people to join these coverage schemes, even to go and register one's child at school. So we need to state that with the rules that ECOWAS applies and where you actually join on your own volition that cooperative. Thinking that maybe it would be contrary to the very foundation of working in a concert with other segments of the population, so that this then remains something that we ought to improve upon because it remains weak. So these are some of the challenges that we are facing today. I don't know if you can advise us whether we can apply these measures in our countries, because yesterday we were quite happy to have listened to the statement made by Egypt on migrant workers, because our legislation takes into account legislation does not distinguish on whether you are a foreigner or a national. So the minute you are on our country's soil, you are covered. So you have to make sure that everybody benefits from this social insurance. But the question that remains then is the Malians who live outside the country. We have listened to the statement of Egypt, and we will take you from that, because they say they do not apply the principle of transfer. So they do not depend on bilateral agreements for them to take care of people who come from other countries. So what is important for us is that we need to make sure that we cover Malians who live outside the country of origin, where we can sign agreements with those countries. I think that will be easier to manage, but there are countries who don't have such regimes. So how are we to tackle the problem? Because we're trying to see what the fund is and how we can maybe consult Egypt, because how do Egyptians who live outside the country, how do they have access to healthcare, and how are they paid back? So does it have to be subjected to only those who are paying members, so that we avoid billing people erroneously? So we would like other countries to help us along so that we understand better these mechanisms. Thank you very much.
Merci.
Complément, s'il vous plaît, Président. Complément.
I just want to add something, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be long. Just to maybe raise other questions on this topic and to stimulate your appetite. You wanted to find out if there are other countries focusing on rural populations. We were very fast yesterday, but I said that in 2006, we adopted a law called an agricultural orientation law, focusing on the different sectors: agriculture, cattling, fishing, and aquaculture, all those activities. And a fund was established for development of agriculture, of which the objective is to promote sustainable and competitive agriculture, focusing on family exploitation. And that funds will allow us to have financial capacity to face the future and secure food and security, and also increase the well-being of our populations. The objective will be to reduce poverty in the rural areas and also protect the families against the social risk. So what we need to do is to operationalize these different services in terms of risk and disaster management. So I would like to mention that the most important targets will be based on social coverage or health insurances, which will be the access to these organizations, especially when it comes to voluntary insurances managed by the National Fund. Benin, you have the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Benin would like to come in to share some of their experiences in terms of expansion of the social services to the informal economy workers. As you know, the situation in Benin is like what you see in other African countries, where about 90% of the population does not have access to these social services. And according to the ILO report of 2017, we find confirmation of this information. It's only 10% of the population that has access, that is these health insurance services for the public servant. In face of this situation, you will agree with me that the issue of social security for informal security is quite strong in Benin. So that is for the small farmers and traders. And in that regard, Benin started some initiatives. We started what we call MSSB, which was established in 1999. It's a small fund, a social fund. However, there were some issues that raised at the level of that little fund, and the resources are very low when you take into account the huge informal sector that it has to cover. So we introduce what we call alternative mechanisms. That is the health funds that were established in many informal sectors. However, the benefits are not felt. That's why in 2008, Benin started what we call the universal coverage, health coverage, and until 2015, that provision was not operationalized. So in 2016, that system was taken away, since it was not able to respond to the needs for which it was established. So from 2016, we started a new mechanism through the institutionalization of what we call Projet Arche. It's a project, an insurance project for strengthening human capital. It's a mechanism made up of 4 services, basic and essential services: health insurance, credit, training or professional development, and retirement funds. This project, Projet Arche, is a global project compared to the other projects we had in the past because it includes 4 essential services that are part of the social protection services. We are still implementing these mechanisms, and we have noticed that during the pilot phase, let's say we started the pilot phase of the health insurance, which applies to all the individuals. The credit phase has gone through the active phase because the Department of Social Affairs is working on it, including on other projects. And this is for the rural population. Concerning the training, we are also during the active phase because some initiatives were started for capacity building for the players in the informal economy, like the small artisans and rural economy. And the only service of which the implementation has not been started is the retirement funds. But priority was given to health insurance, credit, and training for the moment. So this is how far we've gone with the Projet Arche, which will impact on the informal economy workers. So this is a little bit what I can say in terms of our experience in Benin through the Projet Arche. Thank you very much. To end on this, I would like to give 1 minute per presenters to summarize what they said, and maybe I will come in for 3 minutes just to conclude on this topic. So I would like to start with Côte d'Ivoire, to my right. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Mr. Facilitator. Very quickly, I would like to reply to the question on the rural sector workers. So for the universal health coverage, which was started in 2014 and operational since 2019, to include later on the workers from the rural sector since 2023. And that was upon instruction of our head of state. So the contributions there comes from the activities of coffee, cacao, and which allow that segment of the population to be covered. Concerning Kenya, they raised the questions related to single mothers. This program for universal coverage covers those mothers because the services available include prenatal and postnatal services. And I would like to end by expressing my gratitude to the director of the MSBF. We are open to any questions. Madam from Comoros, some word from you? Mic, please. Her mic is not on. I'm very happy to have been able to attend this meeting, and I hope that the AU will mobilize our authorities and concerning the social protection services. There's always a need of commitment from the authorities. So I'd like to say that as far as the AU is concerned, the advocacy should be carried out at the level of the authorities in our respective countries. And as some of our colleagues have mentioned it here, the social protection depends also on the goodwill of the different countries. For instance, the needs in Comoros, Comoros, which is an island state, but our needs might not be the same as those in the Sahel countries. So we have specific needs. We have our own vulnerabilities, but other countries have got their own needs that should be taken into account when it comes to social protection. Thank you. Thank you to the AU to have invited us to this panel to provide them with our opinion, our views, our vision. Thank you. Thank you, Madam. I would like to invite Burundi to conclude. Thank you very much. So in Burundi, as I said earlier, we do have major projects. First of all, that unique social register through a database which will allow us to do an assessment of the situation of everyone in terms of social protection. Having done that, the government will be able to act consequently. We also have another major project, which is the universal health coverage, which is being studied, and we hope to implement something in that regard in the near future. But besides that, we also have other projects that are working very well in the rural areas. And I mentioned what we have in the social. We do have a project called Let's Try and Be Like the Others. That is a translation from Kirundi. We, through money transfer, $10 per month for 3 years, and that money is aiming at being invested, and we train those segments of the rural population, and we've seen some life change in that area. And for the moment, the government has started the second phase, and we are trying to apply the project in the whole country. We started first in a few regions, targeted regions. I also mentioned the health program that we call CAMU. CAMU is an insurance medical card provided to the vulnerable population so that they have access to treatment in the hospitals of the region, of the country. And I would like to end by thanking everyone for the invitation to be part of this initiative by the AU. And thank you for everything you did to approach the African countries. And I think that this framework could be a mean by which we fulfill the objective of the AU. Thank you. Congo. Thank you, Mr. Facilitator. I would like to, I said earlier on that Congo started huge reforms in terms of social security. The aim is to protect the whole population without making any differences. So I would like to take advantage of this opportunity to reply to the question raised by Kenya who wanted to know if there are any system looking after the girls, young girls' mother. We do have something, but we haven't started the operationalization yet. The aim would be to support everybody that does not enjoy family support, like widows, single mothers, so or young children. So the social system will take into account all the aspects for all the citizens that are not able to support themselves, and they will be able to enjoy social services so that they can have a decent living. We have services like school support for kids who are not, whose parents cannot pay the school fees. So this system will be able to support those children. That's an example. Thank you. Egypt, you have the floor to summarize.
All of us, we need to emerge informal workers in the formal sectors. All of us, we're talking about 5 issues or 5 challenges. The first, legislation environment. The second, make database for irregular labor. Third, political will. Fourth, awareness of social security rights for this sector. Finally, financing. It's a big issue and a big problem for most of countries. So I summarized the conclusion for this session for this point, and thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Au fait,
Thank you very much. I would like to conclude by thanking the African Union who organized this forum and has invited all these African countries that are directly involved in the social security, since access to social services is considered as a fundamental right of all the citizens. You saw that it's since 1927 that ICC was available. In 1948, we had the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. African Union is fighting in that regard. And in African countries, we have some structures fighting for that. We were used to this traditional system, contribution system, that are restricting the support only to the professionals. Now we are fighting to cover all our citizens. We might use different methods. The expansion of these social services to the informal sector, which is huge in our economic activities, because African are traders by nature. If they have something in hand, they will try and use it to multiply the financing. It's not bad, but it doesn't contribute to the gathering process, which we spoke about earlier on when we had the presentation by ISSO, ILO. It's not much, but it's a small contribution to the life of our citizen. So what is important is to create conditions that will improve the lives of our citizens. We heard experiences from some of the countries present here. Yesterday we spoke of migrant workers, and we don't even have structures for them. I think there are some African countries that are members who are aware of this, but we know that some contribution was made from those countries, but we do have some liaison bureau for the ISS in the region. Maybe we can have some memorandum of understanding with them. But for now, we are negotiating with Libya, where we have thousands of workers from Chad who are based there. We started about a year back. We have a convention, a protocol, a memorandum that was signed already. Maybe we can extend that to other countries like Mali. We needed to do that because those workers based in other countries are exploited, unfortunately. Still, if we had some memorandum signed, that situation could have been avoided. But we hope that in the future we will be able to do that with the different countries. It's just an idea. Maybe we can start in one African country before extending it to the others. The AU is there, they can maybe assist in that regard. So I think I would like to end there. Thank you very much.
Chairperson, great moderation. To Cote d'Ivoire, merci beaucoup. To Comoros, merci beaucoup. To Burundi, merci beaucoup. To Congo Brazza, merci beaucoup. And of course, Egypt as well. Shukran, Egypt. And we thank the moderator. Thank you very much. That there was a lot of information, how great it is to come together and exchange information and knowledge, diverse practices from different countries. Extremely amazing. We are documenting this. And it became clear in this session that there is difficulty in extending social services or social protection to the informal economy and rural sector. So we are still going to another last batch of country experiences, and we believe and we hope we will get something that will take back and it will assist us to formulate policies and to drive dialogue on extension of social protection to these sectors: informal sector, informal economy, and rural sector. So that concludes the first session on country experiences. The next one will be moderated by our colleagues, will be moderated by ILO. And ILO, we only have a few minutes, less than an hour for your session. So I would like to invite Director Kumbula, and he is going to then invite his panel of countries that will share their experiences. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. Am I audible? Not yet. Hello? Well, I assume that you can hear me, so I will proceed.
His mic is not on. Please ask him to switch on his mic.
Let me invite the Oh, sure. All right. Well, thank you very much, colleagues. In the interest of time, let me invite the following countries or member states to come and join us: Nigeria, Rwanda, Seychelles, Sierra Leone, South Africa, Tanzania, Uganda, and Zambia. If you can please join me. We have 3 minutes for each country or each member state to share its experiences. We have agreed that we are not going to talk about all the issues affecting social protection, but instead we will focus on those unique issues that are worth mentioning. That will assist this House to learn something that is different. We need another chair here. Is there a chair? Yes. Oh, there is one. All right. Thank you very much. I've been joined by member states. I am not sure which. That's Nigeria, am I right? Yeah. Tanzania, Uganda, Sierra Leone, and Zambia. All right. Thank you very much. So we are missing South Africa. We are missing Rwanda. Is Rwanda here? Is Rwanda in the meeting? No. They're not here? Okay, so Rwanda is not here. Seychelles? Oh, okay. All right, we'll find a way to accommodate you because I don't think we have enough chairs here. All right. Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity to chair this important panel to deal with the issues of social protection. I am not going to take time. I've already explained what the purpose of this panel is, and colleagues were also here. They actually saw what happened in the previous panel. May I ask Nigeria to lead us to share its experiences, highlight the most unique things that are happening in this space, in the social protection space, for the purpose of this meeting. Please introduce yourself, Madam, and then proceed. I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I am Kumbula Ndaba. I represent the ILO, yes. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, facilitator, for this section and the opportunity for Nigeria to share its own experiences. And thank you, AU, for inviting us. In terms of social security and social protection implementation in Nigeria, there has been a few initiatives that has been implemented. The Nigerian government launched what we call the National Social Investment Program, which focuses on supporting the vulnerable groups, including those in the informal sector and the rural areas. Part of that program includes a conditional cash transfer that is being done to the poorest households, especially those in the rural areas, to alleviate poverty. Also, within that social investment investment program, we also have what we call the Empower program. It's a program that provides skills development, job creation, employment opportunities, targeting youths mainly who are in the rural areas and also youths who are in the urban areas as well. We've also tried to expand our national health insurance scheme to also the informal sector as well through some community-based health insurance programs. We've been encouraging the states within Nigeria to adopt what we call state-based health insurance programs for wider coverage, where each state are going into their communities, those rural areas, to target the people there for that coverage. We've also tried through the reforms in the National Health Insurance Scheme to integrate migrant workers into our health insurance framework as well. There's been a lot of work that's been going on to provide access to affordable health care services for the rural area and the informal sector. And also in the area of our pension, and our pension team is here, Nigeria also launched the micro pension plan. And this initiative is designed to target workers in the informal sector, which constitutes almost over 80% of the Nigerian workforce. So the plan allows these informal workers, such as the traders, the farmers, the artisans, to voluntarily contribute small amounts towards their pension and secure a form of retirement income. One of the key features of this micro pension plan is that there is flexibility in the contributions that they can make. The participants are allowed to contribute daily, weekly, or monthly, depending on their financial ability. We've also, through that program, made it possible for them to access these services through their mobile phones and digital platforms, making it accessible to workers in those remote areas or the rural areas. There has also been a lot of reforms that has been going on in Nigeria with attempts to formalize efforts in bringing this informal sector into the social protection systems. The Bank of Industry in Nigeria also offer loans that are targeted to small and medium-sized enterprises with a focus to formalize operations and increasing access to social services like pension and health insurance. The government also has initiated some programs that we call the Rural Employment Promotion Program under our National Directorate for Employment to boost rural employment, reduce poverty that are in those areas, and also extend social benefits to some of these people. I will also say that all of these also have challenges that we are facing. They are not without challenges anyway. So despite all these efforts that the Nigerian government has made in terms of integrating the informal and rural sector into the social security system, we have challenges of low awareness. Not a lot of people are aware of some of these programs that have been launched. We also have issue of trust in this formal social security schemes. A lot of people don't really trust some of these programs that come from government. So there has to be a lot of work done in terms of public sensitization and awareness creation, education and enlightenment, so that the people who actually are supposed to be benefiting from these schemes are brought into fore. We, like every other country that has shared their experience, there are also some administrative bottlenecks that also come with some implementation of some of these schemes as well. The irregular income patterns of some of these informal sectors and the rural workers also make the contribution very inconsistent. So these are some of the challenges that we are also facing, like other countries, but also in the area of our national identity management scheme, there's been a lot of aggressive implementation because foundational ID is key to us uniquely identifying everybody that is within Nigeria, whether you're a citizen or a resident, so that we can empower them to be able to exercise some of these social rights, political rights, socioeconomic rights that they are entitled to. So we have been working with a lot of the agencies that provide the social benefits and the social safety nets and the welfare schemes to make sure that everybody is brought into the system and that they can have the access that they truly deserve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigeria, for your submission. May I proceed? We will come back to your submission later. May I proceed to Zambia?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. In the case of Zambia, social protection is provided through 4 ministries. The Ministry of Social Welfare and Community Development provides the social assistance program through the social cash transfer. As of end of last year, this program had about 1,000 beneficiary households, and it does pay a transfer amount by monthly. Then we have the Ministry of Labor that provides through the National Pension Scheme Authority old age pension, which is contributory. Then we have the Ministry of Health that provides social health insurance through the National Health Management Authority. Then fourthly, we have the Ministry of Agriculture that provides an agriculture input support program to rural farmers that have capacity to farm on a productive basis. So my presentation will largely be based on NAPSA, which is supervised by the Ministry of Labor. And I will largely speak about the journey that NAPSA took in extending coverage to the informal sector, particularly to the farmers and the marketeers. So in implementing this initiative, NAPSA undertook all the motions that are set out in the guidelines that are issued by ISA. So firstly, we established a dedicated office in the authority that provided focus for the extension of coverage to the informal sector and the marketeers and the rural farmers. Then, secondly, we established a legal establishment so that there is no question on the entitlement of benefits that this particular segment of the workforce are entitled to. Although the main law does, to some extent, provide the coverage to the informal sector, it was felt that it was necessary to make it very clear in the legislation. So in 2019, a special statutory instrument was passed to enable that particular process. Then the third action we took was to modify or to change the benefit package, because it was realized that the needs of the informal sector workers are not necessarily the same as the needs of formal sector workers. So the benefit package was tailored to try and address the requirement of the informal sector. One of the issues we did was to expand the FINO grant. Under the formal sector arrangement, the FINO grant is only provided to the main contributor. But for the informal sector sub-scheme, the FINO grant is even paid when any of the registered beneficiaries die. But there was we put a limit up to six registered beneficiaries. Then secondly, we we introduced maternity benefit. Maternity benefit is not provided under the formal sector arrangement, but it was felt that given the fact that the marketeers, for example, when they are involved in their petty trade, and then they have this social circumstance or where they need to stay away from their store, and then during that particular period, they will not have the ability to earn income. It was felt that if a maternity benefit was introduced, it would assist in bridging the gap in terms of their financing when they are not able to be present to engage in their trade. Then the other change that was made to the benefit was to reduce the vesting period. The vesting period provided for in the formal sector arrangement is 15 years before one can qualify for a benefit. For the informal sector, that was reduced to 10 years. 10 years, obviously, given the fact that perhaps for them, they do not have a continuous period through which they make contributions. So it was felt that if that was reduced to 10 years, it would enable them qualify for a benefit. We further introduced what we call sweeteners or incentives. One of the sweeteners was the introduction of a loan subject to the members meeting a specified number of contributions. We also provided entitlement to a weather index for the rural farmers, given the issues related with the climate. And also to address the administrative challenges that would ordinarily prevent them from making regular contributions or joining the scheme, the registration process was simplified so that anyone from the informal sector who is willing to join can either undertake that using USSD or they can do it through an agent. Additionally, the payment mechanisms were also simplified or made flexible. Ordinarily, for the formal sector arrangement, the employer is required to make contributions monthly and they're also expected to file a return. But for the informal sector, we remove the need for filing a return. They can simply make a payment by just following a short code on USSD. And then we also provided flexibility in terms of how often they can make payments. Instead of only the monthly arrangement, they can also make payments daily, weekly, or quarterly. This was also necessary to align with their income patterns. For instance, the marketeers, they make money daily. So if you impose a restriction on them to make contributions on a monthly basis, that tends to impose a financial challenge on them. But if they are allowed to make regular payments, subject to them making a minimum contribution, that was believed was providing more flexibility for them to join the scheme and make regular contributions. Further, to assist the informal sector make contributions, we worked with aggregators. For instance, for the rural farmers, we worked with the uptakers for their produce. And in this particular case, it was the milk farmers who on a month or rather on a daily basis take their produce to a cooperative. And they expect to get payment for their produce at the end of the month. So working with the aggregator and the cooperative, the applicable contribution is deducted before the farmer is paid for their produce. But despite all these initiatives that we deployed, we have still seen some challenges in the informal sector workers in keeping up with their contributions. So there is no difficulty in them onboarding onto the scheme. But what we see is that they are not able to regularly make contributions. And according to our assessment, this is partly associated with the fact that the incentive that we introduced is not working as intended. Not most of them are not able to, excuse me, are not able to draw these loans. So we are currently working on a mechanism that will help us to scale up the access to the loan. And we believe that if that is enabled, it will provide the necessary impetus to the members to be current with their contributions. Because what we plan to do is to make qualification to the loan contingent or condition on the member being current with the payment of contributions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Zambia, for those submissions. We will now move to Tanzania.
Thank you. My name is Hippolyte Lelo, Director of Membership Services from National Health Insurance Fund, Tanzania. We thank the African Union for inviting us in this forum, and we hope that we'll gather a lot here and take home for implementation to ensure that the Tanzanian population has a social protection in place. In Tanzania, social protection is provided under 3 ministries. We have a Ministry for Health, where National Health Insurance Fund is under the same ministry. We have Ministry of Labor, where we have 3 schemes: Public Social Security Services Fund, PSSSF. This is for public employees. And we have National Social Security Fund for the private and the informal sector. And then we have Workers' Compensation Fund. Under the Ministry of Regional Administration and Local Government, we have the Improved Community Health Fund. That is a microinsurance for registration of those in the rural areas. I'll dwell in health insurance, particularly for the informal sector and partly for the rural sector. For informal sector, NHIF has designed a product to enable the individuals to enroll according to their age and the family size. That's one step that we thought will make it flexible for people to enroll. And with that, we have simplified the registration process, where after sensitization, the prospective members do not need to go to NHIF offices for registration. They can do it on their own through USSD or through NHIF portal, which is accessible through the mobile phones and the computers. We have also integrated with the National Identification Authority so that all those registered under over the age of 18 years can use the national identification number for identification at the healthy facilities instead of printing membership cards that has reduced the cost of production of membership cards and the delay of production of membership cards. We have also simplified the collection of contribution, where even the employers do not need to go to NHIF offices. The individuals do not need to go to NHIF offices. They can make contribution, generate invoice through the mobile phone, and pay the contribution. Of course, we have restricted the contribution for employers. They are making monthly contribution, and upon expiry of the policy, which is every month, the services will be suspended until they pay. So this is in place to enforce compliance of contribution submission. For individual members in the informal sector, they have 12 months policy. So before expiry of the policy, we remind them and they make payment of the contribution through their mobile phones. For those who cannot afford to make lump sum contribution, we have the installment payment option, which upon graduation, the member will be fully registered and access health services. And the member can also start paying installment for the next period. We call this Dunduliza arrangement. In Kiswahili, Dunduliza, that is installment payment. For the poor, for the rural areas, we have improved the community health fund, where payment is at $11. That's like Tanzania shillings 30,000, approximately $30, $11. That will enable the entire family to access, a family of up to 6 beneficiaries, to access services from the primary health facilities, that is dispensary, to to regional referral hospital. So the card is portable up to the regional referral hospital. Despite all these efforts, still there is only 15% of population is covered. So the government has taken initiative and they passed the law, Universal Health Insurance law last year. It will soon come to effect, probably in December this year, where all citizens will be required to have health insurance. And to show the commitment of the government has set apart funds in the current budget, like $63 million. This will cover the 1.2 million families or poor families, because you have 26% of the population, that is like 16 million people under the pro-poor group. So the initiatives are in place, like setting apart this $63 million to cover the households. Each household will be covered at 150,000 Tanzanian shilling per year. So that is an indication that the government is committed to start this, and the gap for the remaining, the pro-poor, will solicit from the donors to enable us to cover them. So to ensure everybody is on board. Another initiative under the Universal Health Insurance will have various products to enable all citizens to have wide choice of products. NHIF will be the main scheme, National Health Insurance Fund will be the main scheme, but even the private insurers will operate under that law, and they are allowed to design products that will suit their members. So there will be competition between the National Health Insurance Fund and the private insurers for informal sector and the private sector. But for the public sector, NHI members will be from the, for the public sector, it will be mandatory for them to enroll under NHIF. So we thought we should share this with the rest of the members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tanzania. We will proceed to Uganda.
Thank you, Chair, for giving this delegation the floor. I would first want to start by thanking the organizers, the African Union Commission, for this timely forum. Really, it's really good that we are here to share our experiences so that we can go back to our capitals to implement. I would also like to send the apologies of our director. He would not be able to make it because of some other important meetings. So, and also the Ministry of Gender and Labor that is responsible for Social Security and Protection could also not be here. They also send their apologies. So, my name is Oduka Safina. I'm from the Uganda Embassy in Addis Ababa, in charge of social affairs. So I'll be presenting on behalf of the government of Uganda on what Uganda is doing in terms of social security and protection. Well, Uganda has a unique way of handling social protection and security. I'd like to refer to the director earlier who was chairing the meeting here from Chad. He was strongly suggesting that we should give our experiences on on what we are doing for the rural sector. So what Uganda has done, most of the policies that Uganda has have a social bearing on social protection and security. So, for example, talk about the National Child Labor Policy, the National Orphans and Other Vulnerable Children Policy, all the policies you can think about, health, agriculture, they all have a bearing on social protection and on social protection and security. Then we also have the National Social Protection Policy 2015, which objectives are to increase access to social security, enhance care, protection and support for vulnerable people, and strengthen the institutional framework for social protection service delivery. The policy also provides a basis for a holistic approach to addressing the risks and vulnerabilities faced by different categories of the population in the formal sector, informal sector, and the rural sector. So most of the policies that Uganda has adopted also cover the rural sector. Actually, why most of the policies were actually adopted because of the issues that the people in the rural sector were facing. So this is what Uganda has done in terms of the legal and policy interventions. So Uganda has also embarked on putting in place guidelines and strategies on various elements on social protection. For example, we adopted the National Social Protection Strategy in 2020. We also have the National Strategy for Extending Social Security to the Informal Sector. We have the National Guidelines for Labor-Intensive Public Works, where we offer out cash for work to enhance job creation and social protection, mostly in the rural areas. Still in the informal sector, which is a large and growing share of the economy and about 85% of our labor force, the government has also, we have some projects that is called the Social Assistance Grants for Empowerment. It's called SAGE. It's an unconditional cash transfer. It's unconditional cash transfer that's provided for older persons. Initially, it started in 14 districts in the rural sector in 2011, and it has now since enrolled to over 22 districts and covers about over 300 beneficiaries. We also have the Northern Uganda Social Action Fund, NUSAF, and a disaster risk financing pilot project, which provides a limited one-off income support to enable the poor in the rural sector and the vulnerable people to build assets and are more adaptable to shock. We have also developed a response to displacement impact project. This handles shocks as a result of displacement, and it's pre-planned and pre-financed by the government. and it covers about 2,000 people in the rural sector and reaches about 43,000 households. We also have the voluntary individual schemes for persons in the informal sector that contributes, the informal sector contributes and reaches about 1,000 people. We also have the capital Kampala City Authority Girls Empowering Girls Urban City. And this project empowers girls through a network peer mentors. It also engages through education, training, and referrals to support services and reaches about 3,000 girls in Kampala. Still in Kampala, but in the rural sector in Kampala. So when it comes to the migrants, in the case of Uganda, the migrants have almost full access to the labor market, including even refugees. Uganda has a unique refugee policy and migration policy that gives migrants and refugees full access to healthcare services, to education, name it. So in Uganda, we have, there is no discrimination whether one is a refugee, whether one is a migrant, all are treated the same as the Ugandans. So what the government has done in order to enhance protection of Ugandan migrant workers, not only in Uganda, but abroad, Ugandans who go abroad, Uganda has signed a number of bilateral labor agreements with some of the host countries in the Middle East, including Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. Additionally, we have also signed bilateral labor agreements with Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, and these labor agreements guarantee that social security, including healthcare benefits, are catered for. So we do not only focus on the migrants or refugees that are in Uganda, but we also look at our own that are going abroad. So furthermore, in 2020, on a regional basis, the labor ministers of the East Africa and the Horn of Africa region, together with the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, IGAD, initiated the 2020 Nairobi process to forge ways to negotiate a block of host countries to improve the coordination to secure increased benefits for our migrant workers abroad and sign and strengthen bilateral and regional partnerships and labor agreements. So Uganda is also party to numerous international conventions and frameworks that guard our migrants, including the Convention relating to the status of refugees, International Convention on the protection of the rights of all migrants and workers and members of their families. We are also party to the supplementary provisions of the ILO Migrant Workers Convention and the Convention on Statelessness. So this is what Uganda has done. However, we also face some challenges, which is implementation, which is a very, very, very a strong challenge that we face in Uganda. So to oversee the implementation of social protection, which has been a major challenge, Uganda has an expanding social protection unit within the Ministry of Gender, Labour and Social Development, which is the mother that handles, the mother ministry that handles social protection. And it has also an interministerial thematic committee on social protection that meets quarterly to take stock of the progress made in terms of social protection and social security. So in conclusion, we have all these laws and policies and interventions which demonstrates Uganda's commitments and obligations to provide social protection. However, we believe that there's more that needs to be done, and therefore we are looking to hear more from the other member states so that we can take back home and implement what other member states are doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Uganda. Sierra Leone.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm Edwin Mohamed Kamara, Deputy Director General Operations of the National Social Security and Insurance Trust in Sierra Leone. I am led to this conference by my minister, Mr. Mohamed Rahman Suari, who is the Minister of Labour, Employment and Social Security, and the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Kanu. Social Security, of course, is country specific based on our experiences. As a country, we had gone through several shocks that inform our social security priority needs. We suffered 11 years civil war, at the end of which we had the National Social Security and Insurance Trust Act passed to address the livelihood shocks and vulnerabilities that we are exposed to. Immediately after that, in 2014-2016, as a country in the sub-region, we experienced Ebola, which also created untold suffering and distortion of livelihoods. As if it was not enough, we experienced floods, mudslides, and other natural disasters in 2017. Again, at global level, in 2019, we had the outbreak, the pandemic, the COVID-19 outbreak, which totally distorted the livelihoods, especially of those in the informal sector. Within this period, there were lockdowns, there were supply chain distortions. Those in the informal sector were hugely at risk of their businesses were shut down, and their livelihoods became challenging. Even though there were multiple interventions by government to provide cash for work, relief to the vulnerable groups, we considered it to be not sustainable because these were short-lived interventions. So as a result, we think it is but important that we pay more attention to those categories of our members in the informal sector. The reason is simple. Whilst there were lockdowns, those of us who have formal engagement, formal employments, we had our salaries paid. But our compatriots who were dependent on the returns from their petty trades, agriculture, and other businesses had their businesses shut down. So as a result, our priorities changed from just looking at the formal sector by paying more attention to those in the categories that are highly, highly vulnerable. Again, it begins with the broader legal framework. As a country, to demonstrate our commitment to international labor laws, protocols, and conventions, Sierra Leone has ratified over about 45 conventions and 1 protocol. The fundamental conventions, we have ratified 10 out of 10. And of course, the governance priority conventions, we have ratified 2 out of 4. Out of all of these conventions and protocols we have ratified, we have domesticated 32 out of the 45. That tells you at global level, we are compliant in terms of our commitment to labor standards and labor protocols. Like I mentioned previously, though we have made significant progress in the formal sector, if you look at our country in terms of population, it's quite a small country. We have about 7.5 million people occupying a small land space. In terms of labor force participation, we have 2.7 million people participating in the labor force. Out of these 2.7, we have 2.4 of that population in the informal sector. So meaning above 90% of our compatriots are in the informal sector. Though progress has been made, like I mentioned, only 2% of that population is formally provided for in the current scheme. So ordinarily, there is a huge coverage gap that needs to be filled. I learned a good experience from my Zambia colleague whilst he was presenting on the informal sector. It seems they have gone far ahead of us by implementing in a way for which I'm very grateful to have learned a few of your challenges. Of course, in the studies that was conducted, it came out clearly that the current law that provides for social security is not appeasing, is not friendly to our compatriots in the informal sector. Firstly, in the studies that was conducted, we were able to identify legal barriers. In the first place, the contribution mobilization frequencies were not aligned with the income stream of those in the informal sector. Our law requires us to be mobilizing contributions on a monthly basis at the end of every month, and after which a failure penalties will be imposed, interest and penalties will be calculated. For our colleagues in the informal sector, especially the farmers whose income streams are seasonal, if you compel them to be part of a scheme that has punitive measures for failing to pay social security contributions at the end of every month, will not be fair with them in terms of legality. So that is one. They also realized from the studies that even the period of qualifying for these benefits, the benefits are long-term in nature. If for a businessman who begins to run a business at age 20, you want that businessman to proceed until the age of 60 before they get returns from that business. They believe that that period, that duration is too far. So to them, they want, in addition to the fact that they want to be protected at old age, but they also want benefit packages that are short in duration and aligned to their businesses, such that at every point in time they can withdraw from this scheme and reinvest into their businesses, so that at the end of the day there is a multiplier effect on their businesses. So that came out very clearly in the studies. We also realized that the benefit packages were not conducive or suitable for our colleagues in the informal sector. When they were asked the question, what would you wish in terms of priority as a benefit? One, they cited funeral grants, that during, we are Africans, when a family member dies, whether you like it or not, you will be compelled to remit funds for burial processes. So they believe that there is need for funeral grants. We also asked them, the next priority they showed was that I need money to invest into my child or my children so that they will be educated. And that brings in some returns to them because they believe they are investing in something that would also add to their social protection. So in essence, the benefit packages that we have in the current system does not align with the needs of those in the informal sector. In addition, they also said, I'm doing a business. My business will normally run from morning to the evening. I will not have time to go to your offices to pay social security contributions. So what you can do for us is help us to have an easy collection mechanism. If we had that mechanism, we would be part of a scheme. Because ordinarily, we asked them, do you have any forms of savings? They said, yes, we have Osusu. Osusu is ROSCAS, rotatory savings, within the business circle. But most often, those Osusu masters run away with their funds. So in terms of security, they said if we have an establishment, an institution that can aggregate those funds for us, we'll be happy to participate rather than to join the ROSCAS, which is prone to risk. So all of these things came up. But like I mentioned, as a country, we have several interventions. And what the minister has pushed for is for us to have a social protection regulatory agency, so that, one, there will be coordination and collaboration among members, the different stakeholders that are implementing social protection. Otherwise, one, there will be duplicity, there will be resources will be wasted because one individual will have multiple social protection benefits, whilst the others that are highly at risk are not reached. So, in addition to that, because for social security interventions, databases are very, very important, the regulatory authority will now have a concrete database that would be used for decision making and also for sharing with relevant institutions like ILO, ISA, and even the African Forum, so that at the end of the day, we'll know how much coverage we have made, how much interventions we have made. In addition, the minister is currently working on social protection bill that will be tabled. So there is a lot happening in the social protection space in Sierra Leone, and we believe by the next conference, our experience we'll share with you would be on implementation of the informal sector scheme, because the minister has given us a very challenging target. And I pray that with the support of this entire body here, I will not fail the minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, panel members. We are pressed for time. We are supposed to conclude by 12 so that we can have our break. It should have happened much earlier. It wasn't possible. I know that I have Seychelles to make a contribution, and South Africa. May I suggest that you contribute as part of the session where we're dealing with questions? There's no other way to manage it given the time constraints. If you feel strongly, you can go ahead and make your contribution, but that's how I think we should do it, given our time constraints. My panel members were not as disciplined as I had expected. I had given them 3 minutes each. All of them exceeded, and out of respect, I had to keep quiet. So, colleagues, may I ask the panel to comment on the submissions made or raise questions, if any, on the submissions. You can direct them to any member state, and they will be able to address them. As they ask you the question, perhaps what wasn't clear is the percentage coverage. I think there's only one country or two, or one member state or two, that gave us a clear percentage coverage, but the rest did not. So if you could just address that part. The second issue is the financing part. It wasn't coming clear out of the presentation. If you could address that. Of course, in the challenges, you raised some of the issues around what is this? Okay, I'll get back to that point. But let's deal with those two. Can I allow the floor to raise a question? Which member state is that?
Malawi.
Malawi.
Yes.
Go ahead, Malawi.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Nigeria. You articulated a point. Oh, by the way, my name is Gilbert Kaponda. I'm in the Social Cash Transfer Program in Malawi under the Ministry of Gender. Okay, you mentioned that one of the challenges that you faced in Nigeria is trust. Would you just share to us how you are dealing with this problem? Because probably it might
Thank you. I see no Nigeria.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. I'm Ahmed Habib Abdullah of the National Identity Management Commission in Nigeria. I would want to actually pick on the Sierra Leonean PAMSEC discussion here, where I would, he so much emphasized the issues. I mean, he elaborated so much, but then I would want to give more of an advice or kind of a contribution where he was talking about the basic foundation of identification. That is to be able to identify those that should be accessible or should have the access to whatever programs are going to be issued to them. So I am just trying to make it more of a contribution for other members to know that before you could particularly pick on issues of access, you should have a basic foundation, identification foundation, to be able to know the people that should access whichever provisions you are going to provide for them. So that's just a contribution to others too, to be sure of the issues concerning identification. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nigeria. You are addressing all the panel members. Okay, all right, that's fine. I see no further hands, so let me allow the panel to respond to those questions. Nigeria?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. In terms of the social safety nets, that programs that we're implementing in Nigeria, that you've asked for the percentage coverage, programs such as the National Social Investment Program that I mentioned, which includes the conditional cash transfers, the Empower, and I also forgot to mention we have this homegrown feeding program for school children. They are at varying levels of success, but we've reached almost 10 to 15% coverage for the population. The National Social Register for the poor and vulnerable households that we have in Nigeria has identified about 12 million households, which represents about 30 to 40%, 40 million individuals. Approximately, you can say maybe about 20% of the population that are covered under that program. Then in terms of our health insurance scheme, it's just about also 10%, less than 10% of the population are actually covered. Most of the population still relies on the out-of-pocket payments for healthcare services. And for the pension, the contributory pension scheme that we have in Nigeria, it covers mainly the formal sector. Around 10% of Nigerian workforce is covered under that pension scheme, leaving a large percentage of the informal sector without access to pension benefits. And that also brought about the micro pension plan that I talked about. Also, I forgot to mention that we also have a social program for senior citizens in Nigeria. Nigeria recently passed a law that established what we call the National Senior Citizen Center. Is a center that provides support and services to the elderly people who are 60 years and above. It's just a way for us to create a formal structure to take care of our senior citizens and address all their needs and demands. Most of their activities are in the area of healthcare. How do you continue to extend affordable healthcare to the senior citizens, and also tailor those healthcare needs that are for the older adults as well? We also, part of what they do is also skills development and employment. We know some of our senior citizens that are 60 years and above are also active, even though they have retired. So how do you engage them and also bring them into the public service system to also share some of the knowledge and experiences that they have over the years? There are also some social welfare programs to create recreational activities for them so that they are not in isolation and just die of old age. They are actively engaged. And also part of what the National Senior Citizen Center does is also advocacy, where they do policy dialogue with a lot of government agencies to advocate for the rights of these senior citizens, including some of the legal frameworks that are being put up to make sure that the rights of the senior citizens are also taken into consideration. So those are some of the additions I want to make. In the issue of the question asked on the trust, yes, people normally don't trust government programs. It's one of the challenges that we have in the country. A lot of people, especially those in the rural areas and remote areas, feel that any program of the government, there is always a catch in it. So it's usually a very difficult thing to sensitize and educate people to say there is no catch to this program. It's something that is good for you. You need to participate. You need to be part of it. And these are the benefits that you're going to get from it. So that's one of the challenges. Trusting the system, trusting government programs is a big challenge in Nigeria. And there's a lot of work that is being done to make sure that you get people on board and communicate clearly, especially what are those benefits. So that's the trust issue that I mentioned when I was talking about trusting the social protection system.
Yeah, so Chair, is there anything that you are doing? Sorry. Is there anything that Nigeria is doing to address that?
Yes, we utilize some of our grassroots agencies like the National Orientation Agency to communicate to the grassroots, where they speak to them in the local languages and the local dialects, to communicate clearly what those programs are all about and also hear from them. We also do some town hall meetings with a lot of the community leaders, religious leaders within the community, to also communicate those benefits and the programs of the government. So there's quite a lot that is being done in that regard.
Thank you very much, Nigeria. Zambia, there's a question for you about the
yes, indeed,
numbers. Yeah?
Indeed, Chair, that was a slip of the tongue. The number of beneficiary households under the social cash transfer program is about 1 million, and it's growing. So maybe I can even take advantage to address the other issues you raised. In terms of percentage coverage, for the extension to the informal sector, the legal coverage is slightly higher, but the effective coverage is lower on account of the issues I mentioned, on the challenges which the members are facing in being current with their contribution. So it's still below 10%. With regards to financing, since this is a voluntary scheme, it's based on the ability and the willingness of the member to pay. So there is no contribution rate that has been set. Members pay a flat amount, and we've set a minimum contribution that they should make, which is about $2.5 US a month. Thank
you. Thank you. Thank you. Please switch your mic. Thank you, Zambia. You all have one second to answer one question. The finance part, yeah, and the percentage coverage.
Yeah, I had already stated the percentage coverage is a finance. In terms of financing, I think the scheme is contributory. We are only getting challenges with investment returns because every investment is as good as the investment climate because of the changes in global the global economic situations, we are getting challenges with that. In terms of the question you mentioned on identity, there is a formalization drive in my country, and we are in close collaboration with the National Civil Registration Agency. Every Sierra Leonean there is a drive for every Sierra Leonean to have a national identification number, and that national identification number becomes your primary key to identify you across every sector. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Uganda?
Thank you, Chair. I think I also gave my numbers.
Okay.
But in the case of finance, just like the gentleman here from Sierra Leone, it's also both contributory, but also government. Most of the projects and programs are financed by the government. And also when it comes to the informal sector, like I mentioned, they also have their individual voluntary contributory schemes that they also contribute to. So that's it. Thank you.
Uganda, Tanzania?
Thank you very much. I gave my numbers. The coverage is 15% of the population, where 6% is the informal sector, and the remaining 9% is for the formal sector. Regarding the contribution for formal sectors, as low as $70 per individual, and that is for NHIF, and $11 for community health fund. For employee, they are contributing 3% of their basic salary, and the employer will match the same rate, 3%. That is 6%, which is contributed monthly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We've come to the conclusion of this session. I want to express my gratitude to the panelists for their contribution, their submission, and for all the questions that you asked, which were answered by the panel. I hope that there's something that we've learned from the contributions of this panel. On that note, this session has come to an end. I will hand over to the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. We also express our sincerest gratitude for the eloquent manner in which you moderated this session. Of course, so we're going to take a break now, colleagues and gentlemen, and we will be expected to be back in the room by 20 past 12. So we're going to stretch, and coffee served outside by 20 past 12. We should be back. We understand that South Africa, Seychelles was supposed also to make a contribution. I think we can make the slots available after coffee. Please enjoy your coffee. 20 past 12. Kindly be back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished senior officials of the Social Security and Social Protection. We just want to check with Seychelles. Seychelles, are you there? Is Seychelles in the house? Yes, yes. We also want to check if South Africa is here, because I think they didn't get the chance to make inputs, but working on the principle of leaving no one behind and bringing all the voices. We just want to invite Seychelles to make their contribution and to invite South Africa to make their contribution, starting with Seychelles. Seychelles, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'm Evelina Ota from the Seychelles Pension Fund.
Just a pause. Is there a question, query, a comment? Tanzania?
Yes, we said also Rwanda.
Yes,
we would like to hear from
Rwanda. Oh, yes, from Rwanda. Okay, so let's do this. We've got a full panel. Rwanda is here. Rwanda, can you please come to the fore? We would also like to invite Seychelles to come to the fore, and South Africa to please come to the fore. And we are going to remind ourselves what used to happen in school. You know, at school they will give you an impromptu speech. They say, come and speak, without you taking time to get ready. So we'll invite South Africa to come here. But the impromptu is relevant to this request that I'm making. So I'm going to request I'm going to request Sierra Leone to quickly come to the fore and moderate this session. That one is an impromptu. I will not call it an ambush, because this is a diplomatic environment. Take you over this side. But the chair has to be in between. So South Africa. Thank you. Sure. Chair. Each country chair has 3 minutes to provide and to highlight the best experiences. Thank you.
Colleagues, all, good afternoon. I come from Sierra Leone. We had an 11-year civil war. We are not afraid of ambushes, even if this were one. So, colleagues, thank you very much. This has been a very exciting moment. I had decided to keep quiet because I attended the STC, where the Council of Ministers of Employment, Labor and Social Security sits. So I wanted the rest of the professionals and technical staff to speak, and they have spoken indeed. It's been very loud and clear. It's been very insightful and enriching. So I'm going to start with, from my very extreme right, with my colleague, so that he can just tell us the few, big issues like he's been challenged to do. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Regis Rugemashuro, CEO of the Rwanda Social Security Board. I'll use the 3 minutes I'm given to share some of the challenges we were facing, a little bit of the structure of RSSB, some of the challenges we had been facing and how we are addressing them. A little bit different from the usual NSSFs you see in other countries. The Rwanda Social Security Board manages and administers 6 schemes, hence calling it a board. The pension scheme, the occupational hazard scheme, the maternity leave, universal healthcare, medical insurance, which is called community-based health insurance, ensuring 90% of the population for the informal sector mainly, and medical insurance scheme for the public sector, civil servants and private sector. And the latest one, which is about 4 years old, voluntary savings scheme, defined contribution pension for the informal sector called Ejo Heza in Kinyarwanda, but a bright future for translation in English. So in other places, you might find 6 different institutions managing those. For us, it has proven to be very efficient in terms of resource management, shared resources, and governance. In the end, you are targeting the same one citizen. So it's better to go to them with the same unified, consolidated, and consulted message than 6 institutions providing social security services in one way or the other. Sometimes different messages, but also you don't have 6 CEOs, you don't have 20 executives and hundreds managers and thousands of fleets, car fleets, and all the other benefits that go with. So from a resource management perspective, the concept of doing less, doing more with less, it has proven really to be very efficient in terms of the communication, organization, strategic delivery, and execution. So that was one. The second, some of the challenges we faced, as many of you, is resource mobilization. When you are running a community health-based insurance, assuring over 90% of the population, in Rwanda, everyone must have medical insurance. You don't have to have it with us, but you have to have one. It happens that collectively between the community health-based insurance and the medical one for public and private formal sector, we insure over 94% of the population. On the community-based health insurance, one of the challenges was how do you make sure everybody has access to that insurance? We had to come up with some creative ways. While the contribution is around between $3 US dollars to $7, the government had to, per year, per citizen, we had to make sure that government had to make sure we get creative on how we top up on that contribution. And as you know, the cost of drugs get higher every year as the currency inflation, logistics, sometimes with the issues we've seen lately. Some of the solutions we have come up with as a government is to, from a tweaked tax approach where, for instance, if you drive in Kigali, for those who have been, if you get a speeding ticket, 10% goes to funding the insurance. If you buy alcohol, if you park your car in the city, if you do gambling, online betting, if you pump fuel, and this has proven, and there are about 30 of them, and this has proven to be very efficient. Where from 5 years ago, we were barely breaking even. Today, we are running a surplus. And we are year on year in increasing the value proposition of our members, access to drugs, covering more services like heart surgery, renal transplants. All of those are done in Rwanda locally and being afforded by the citizens. The second one was efficiency and delivery. As you know, we are challenged to over time do more with less and better. Technology is a key differentiator. We used to be you can imagine how big that institution is, 6 schemes under one house. We had to learn how to be fast. At some point, we were only paying invoices within 6 months because every invoice had to be verified manually. If you're paying 94% of all the invoices, medical invoices in the country, you are killing the industry if you don't pay on time. Today, with technology, we are able to pay in 23 days. So by the time you leave the hospital, the clinic, the health post, your invoice is already with us, verified, and you're able to pay 15 to 25 days. So I encourage everyone to embrace technology. It's going to change a lot, of course, and people will be afraid, but it's a money saver and productivity multiplier. The last one was on how do you get people to intuitively save. Yesterday, we were discussing about people not trusting the system and also not having the means. We are rolling out what we call intuitive savings. And I heard my sister from Kenya, I think she was talking about what they've done in Kenya. We actually went there to learn. We sent a team there. Thank you for hosting. And this intuitive saving is, if in Rwanda, 87% of the population use mobile money, Airtel Cash or MTN. And we've worked with them to develop what we call intuitive savings. So for every transaction that happens on your account, you are able to opt in having a small percentage capped. Of course, you don't want a lot of the money given, otherwise become painful, to be directly put in your savings. So people are saving, doing things they do every day anyway. So you don't have, because by the time we receive money, it's hard to put it back. But if a little bit of what I'm doing every day goes to my contribution, plus the compounding effect of the 11% interest rate we give them year on year, we have seen that increasing significantly the number of savers in the new scheme to over 2.7 million today. So maybe I overuse my time, but another last point is really collaboration. I want to appreciate our brothers and sisters here in the room. There's a great collaboration among us, where either coming to Kigali to learn from one scheme or the other, also hosting us when we go visit. So we appreciate that spirit of sharing and supporting each other, and want to encourage it. If you want to plan a trip to Kigali, we'll be more than happy to welcome you and host you. And together we grow. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Thank you very much. See, that was a long 3 minutes. I assured you my team will be very disciplined. They will use the 3 minutes judiciously. So let's take a cue from him. Let's not make the 3 minutes very elastic. So Madam, on my immediate right, we want to hear from you. The big lessons. What can we take home to Sierra Leone, even if we have to pay excess baggage? Yeah, let's hear from you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Evelina Ota. I am from the Seychelles Pension Fund. I wish to thank you for inviting us to this forum where we are discussing important topics which are of interest to Seychelles. In Seychelles, we have two schemes, a universal social security fund, which is non-contributory, but it is accessible for the locals only. And then we have the Seychelles Pension Fund, for which I work for, and it is contributory schemes for the members. In terms of the informal sector, what we do, how we target them, they are encouraged to contribute voluntarily. Although the scheme is mandatory for employers who are registered and employing other staff. So for the informal sector, they are encouraged to contribute voluntarily. And we do a lot of education. As you all know, Seychelles is very small. We go to the rural areas where we target farmers and others to get them to educate them, to get them to join the scheme. And we also do contacts through the associations where it's available. Lately, we have been working with the Ministry of Fisheries, where they are trying to work on a scheme to capture the fishermen. And the way that this will work, the incentive is that the government will pay the employer share of the contribution. This is yet to be approved. Just to mention that the contribution is 5% employee and 5% for the employer share. So if you are from the informal sector or you are self-employed, you have to pay the 10% contribution. So Apart from this, we also have e-pension services, which include e-contribution platform where payment of contributions can be made online, which is more accessible to this sector. And then we also have the e-statement as well, where you can view your contributions and see how much you have in your account from wherever you are. In terms of the challenges that we faced, are the irregular payment and more. So we cannot really ensure much compliance in view that this is voluntary. And then in terms of the education, in terms of the capacity, maybe to do more education, resource capacity. In terms of technology, like I've said, we have the e-pension services, which only cater for e-contribution and e-statement. We have in our strategic plan, which has just been new strategic plan, which has just been launched this year, the provision to embrace more technology so that we can move to registrations online and applications online as well. This will facilitate more the accessibility to the informal sector. And we have some of them which have joined. As you know, Seychelles is very small, and people will see the benefit of contributing, because the pension fund also covers children's pension, surviving spouse pension in case of death of the members. So we see that some employees from the informal sector, some workers are joining. We still have a lot of work to do. I don't have the coverage figure because the way our statistics are, and this is one other challenge that we have in terms of capturing the data, the information from the informal sector. And then finally from me, in terms of the migrant workers. Currently, we do not have any provision to cater for foreigners, for migrant workers. We have around 20% of our working population, which are foreigners. We are in discussion, doing research, and together with the Ministry of Employment, and ILO is assisting us as well, to see how we can onboard foreign workers into our system, change legislation and all. So we are doing some capacity building together with ILO. And then we plan to also do some exchanges. Mauritius is one place which have been identified for exchanges, because they are a small island like us. We also reach out to the St. Vincent and the Grenadines, because the structure in terms of the number of members in the population are similar to the pension fund, so that we can learn from them, so that we can take on board migrant workers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think a lot of very exciting things are happening in the social security sphere around Africa. Thanks, AU, for pulling this off and for bringing all of us together. Probably next time, you want to bring the ministers and these professionals in here so that everybody learns the same way, you know. I think it will be a really exciting moment, you know, so that everybody is able to be part of these experiences. Thank you very much. I kept South Africa for the very last as the host. We want to hear from you, the South African experience.
Thank you so much, moderator, for this session. Yes, I think first of all, we do appreciate the AU for choosing South Africa to be the first to host this forum. Yes, we were there, excuse me, we were there when the program was launched in Abidjan, and we are delighted that we are hosting the first, and it will go into history books that South Africa was the first country to host this forum. So congratulations on this occasion. Now, when it comes to our social security interventions, as a country, we have made a lot of strides in changing the environment from our social assistance programs, social insurance, as well as the voluntary contributions that we have. So in terms of policy making, we do have a number of government departments which are responsible for various interventions. And from our part, from social development, we are responsible for the South African Social Security Agency, which the CEO presented yesterday. And in that program, we do provide social grants with a budget of about above 250 billion per annum for the various grants that colleagues mentioned yesterday. And in terms of the recent experiences during the COVID-19, we were paying the COVID-19 Social Relief of Distress grant. And that grant, part of it is the issue of working with digital technologies. What we have learned was that at the peak of COVID, people could not go out to the SASSA offices to apply for the grant, but they had to use various channels digitally to apply for that grant. And in a month, just an average of say 15 million applications would be received through various digital channels, and from there, applications would be approved and payments would be done through digital channels. So, moderator, in terms of the lessons for us as South Africa, as we implement as social security institutions, as we implement interventions, we need to leverage. For us, leveraging on technology is one of the priorities, even to do the electronic verification. It's something that we are looking into. When it comes to other interventions that are in other departments, for example, under the Employment and Labor Department, we do have the Unemployment Insurance Fund, whose funding mechanism is from contributions by both the employer and the employees, to the extent that 1% comes from the employee and 1% to the employer. So now, what is critical with this intervention? It provides a number of benefits: illness, maternity benefits, among others. Now, during the COVID-19, the role of Social Security in also stabilizing the economy. When we are hitting a crisis, as institutions, we find ourselves coming to the fore to stabilize the economy. In this instance, the Unemployment Insurance Fund had to implement what we called the Temporary Employees Relief Scheme, which paid about just above 64 billion and saved many jobs. So we also have the Compensation Fund, which will be which looks primarily on injuries on duty or illness on duty, and as it relates to the informal sector category of workers, legislation was passed recently to include domestic workers. So domestic workers, when they are injured on duty, they can now be able to claim injury on duty. The same applies to the Unemployment Insurance Fund, wherein domestic workers are also covered. Now, in terms of the healthcare provisions, like my colleague yesterday mentioned that in terms of our system, we do have a vibrant private medical schemes sector. However, the challenge that we have, I think between 12 to 14% of the population is the only ones that are covered, that are able to make contributions to these medical schemes. Now, in terms of public primary health care, it's available to everyone in the country. Now, that comes to the issue. Another key reform, moderator, is that sometime in May this year, the president signed the National Health Insurance Bill, and it's now an act which tries to ensure that healthcare coverage is extended to everyone in the country, to ensure that everyone has better access as per the constitutional provisions that we have. So it's an intervention that will take years to implement, but what we are proud of as a country is that these are progressive interventions that will see us provide cover to everyone. Now, there are some reforms, moderator. The 3 minutes is being stretched. This one was said it will be stretched. There are some reforms that we would want to also embark and learn from our fellow colleagues. And informal sector, in terms of retirement benefits, that they also need to contribute. So we are very much appreciating this platform, as it gives us also some ideas, and we would want to consult the public in terms of the proposals that we have on hand, and also in terms of linkages to active labor market policies. As I conclude, moderator, what we have learned is that, and what hearing from colleagues is that, all the interventions that each and every country has tailor-made interventions. What we are hearing more is there are a set of complementary interventions, and each intervention has to talk to the other interventions to ensure that the objective of extension of social security, social protection coverage is achieved. So on that note, I would want to stop here, Chair. There is a lot that we could share, but I'm cognizant of the time. Thank you.
Thank you all. Can we give it a big round of applause, please? Yes, so listening to all of you very keenly, a couple of common denominators. We have all noted the role of technology in ensuring that you are able to cut down costs, you are able to reach even far-flung communities and maximize time in service delivery. So that has been a common denominator across here. We have also stressed the importance of awareness raising. We have stressed issues around, well, that came out during the previous moderator's presentation, the issue of the dearth of data on many of the interventions we do. And my sister from Seychelles just mentioned that you are not alone in that. That has come out, and that should be something we should note. Sierra Leone wants to set up a national social security. We want to set up an administrative body that will regulate, so that you have one clearinghouse for all data relating to all social interventions. So you don't go to social welfare, you get the different data, go to this, that. That's how we want to resolve it. And we also note the issue of universal health coverage at various stages, various stages. That's really very good. We want to thank all of us. For me, this has been a very well spent time, Mr. Chairman. I have listened this cross-fertilization of ideas and experiences. It's been really exciting. I'm going back home to Sierra Leone quite loaded, fully armed, to take on the challenges of rolling out social security to the informal sector. So thank you very much, colleagues. You blessed me with your ideas and experiences. I'm grateful. Thank you, AU, for bringing us together.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. We are delighted to have you around and to be able to tap into your wisdom. And thank you for being a soldier who can just stand in without having to prepare. We now want to transition to another session where we are going to have Issa and Asa. This is how we're going to manage it. Nigeria is the chair for the first presentation, but we are going to invite both chairs to come to the fore and manage their sessions one after another, Nigeria and Congo Brazza. So please, chairpersons, please come to the fore. Then you will manage your presentation so that we can have one Q&A session. I'm looking around and I would like to see Congo. Congo, are you there? Yes, they are coming. And I would like now to request the presenters to be ready and to already come to the fore for their presentation. We have Issa, we have Asa. Nigeria, are you there? Yes, you are there. And the other chair, are you here? Thank you, chair. Welcome. So let me hand it over to you. Nigeria is your session, so that you can announce the session to us. Thank you, and over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and fellow delegates. It's been quite an experience for those of us from Nigeria that are attending this conference. We will be taking home a lot of experience and also learn from the tools and strategies that's been adopted in other countries so that we can improve upon the systems that we've got back home. For this session, we've got ISA. They're going to make a presentation on the guidelines for social security administration. So I'll be calling on the representative of ISA, I believe, Mr. Raul Julian. The director, please. Thank you. Thank you. That must be.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, and thank you, colleagues. And it's a pleasure again to take the floor in this very interesting meeting. I'm launching my presentation. Let me see. Oop. Should work. Oop. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, it's not. Let me try again. But I don't want to take a lot of time. Yep. No, it's my Zoom that is not starting.
Technology chair.
So thank you. And thank you, colleagues. So we are going to go through the ISA guidelines, and which are the good. Okay. Yeah, two. Okay. Which are the backbone of the ISA knowledge, and the ISA guidelines address and the key areas of Social Security administration. So the next one, please. Okay. So the guidelines are internationally recognized and the professional standards on Social Security administration, and they aim to support and the managers on addressing different processes and different key functions. And at the end, the main goal of the guidelines is to support institutions in their permanent and the improvement of their capacity. The target audience of the guidelines are CEOs and the board members and managers. And the topical areas, we can say that, and they can be classified in two categories, and the institutional capacity, and starting with good governance, but also a lot of technologies, the capacity for and ensuring the continuity and resilience of services, and also the areas of investments and actuarial work. And another important aspect of the guidelines that the guidelines cover are what involves and the services to the customers, to the population, starting with and the service delivery, but also and the social security coverage, and which is covered and the address in different guidelines in one specific package, but also it's mentioned in other guidelines, and the social security coverage is one of the important points addressed in the guidelines. And related to that, then the service delivery, contribution collection, also fighting fraud, which is and concerns the enforcement of the compliance rules, and occupational safety and health and employment. And this is very briefly and what the guidelines, the ISA guidelines are about. We are going to go through and in another slide. So not yet. So how the guidelines are developed? What's the work behind the guidelines? So the production of the guidelines involves and a lot of exchanges and work with the members, with experts, and with the ISA members. Already, the definition of the topics of the guidelines is discussed in the highest and the bodies of the ISA governance, which is with the Bureau, with the ISA Bureau, and the development of a package of guidelines is defined in the program and budget for a certain triennium. Then all the process and for the development, but also the revision of the guidelines involves 4 stages, and which a lot of let's say an intense exchange with experts and ISA members. And concerning the topics of the guidelines and connecting also with this forum and areas, I think that the guidelines are relevant or can be relevant and to address different objectives of this forum. And this is, of course, on the area of coverage extension and the coverage of the informal sector, but also for the protection of migrant workers, because there is a chapter on the implementation of social security agreements and data exchange, that it's one of the components and for the protection of migrant workers. Now, next. So these are the current ISA guidelines. There are 15 guidelines, and which cover the topics that I mentioned, that I just mentioned. We start with the good governance guidelines, which are the guidelines oriented to the board and the CEOs, and they present the main principles and the main approaches for a good governed and the social security administration. They also include chapters about strategic planning and the risk management and the human resource management, although now we have specific guidelines on human resource management. Other important guidelines are related to service delivery and contribution collection and compliance. That is an important topic, as you heard, and just also from other member and institutions, social security institutions, and technologies, and also communication and of social security institutions, and actuarial studies, investment, and the coverage extension, the 3 package of occupational safety and health guidelines, which are prevention, workplace health promotion, and the reintegration, and the newest ones related to fighting error, evasion, and fraud, human resource management, and continuity and resilience, which takes all the lessons learned from the pandemic, but also other crises, in order to support institutions on generating their capacity to be more resilient and responsive in terms of crisis. And this is one of the guidelines that we are using and the most in the latest times. And so I think it's an interesting point. Let's go to the next one, please. But the guidelines evolve, and we do periodic revisions, and all the trienniums, and we define, and let's say the ISA and the governing bodies defined a new topic for new guidelines, and there is a periodic mandatory revision for the guidelines. And during this triennium, that started in 23-25, and we are developing a new set of guidelines on the administration of long-term care systems and services. You know that long-term care will be one of the most important and the needs of the population, the aging population, but also the areas of concern and headaches for you and the Social Security Administration, social and the protection administrators, and because will involve managing different type of benefits or especially coordinating the benefits related to health, related to care services, and also cash benefits. And based on the expression of interest of our members, and we are developing a new package of guidelines on that. But we are also, not yet, but also this triennium we are doing a review of all these guidelines on good governance, technology, service quality, investment, contribution collection, evasion and fraud, and the prevention of occupational risk, all the package of OSH and the guidelines. And for all these guidelines, there is I added the main points in which they are evolving, and this is part of a discussion with the ISA members and some of you that are involved also in the discussion of the guidelines in the different technical groups, technical commissions that are behind of each of these the books. But we see, for example, that is mentioned the importance of sensibilizing the high management about cybersecurity, and so we are including in the good governance guidelines some orientations on the cybersecurity governance. In the guidelines about technologies, there will be a new chapter about artificial intelligence, and in addition to other additions, and in the guidelines on the contribution collection, and they are adding also the guidelines about the collection of contributions from part-time workers, how to address these challenges and the challenging points, and in the error prevention and fraud, and also considering the communication and reputation aspects and to enforce compliance. So the different guidelines that we are reviewing incorporate some new features, of course, and the revision involves and updating things that were eventually a bit old, and putting everything up to date. So now, yes. So the guidelines are in the center of a number of activities, and that, let's say, support institutions on using the guidelines and applying the guidelines, because this is at the end the main objective. And the one important type of activity is training on the guidelines and on the guidelines topics. And we have two types of training that we offer to the members. One is training delivered by our training partners, which are the ILO ITC in Turin. This is for training in English, and the Entracés in France for training in French, and this is in Mexico for training in Spanish. But this training we also started to deliver some online training based on the ISA, let's say in the ISA site. And we deliver already 2 courses on continuity and resilience in Spanish, and there will be a new course on continuity and resilience starting now in October in English. The workshops are like a seminar or like a small event, but instead of having presentations of experiences, they have a dynamic based on a round table where the people, managers or project managers that have the different problems, for example, on contribution collection, and for example, on service delivery, for example, on they fighting fraud, and they bring and their challenges, they bring their problems, and through an exchange and the support of experts, they address these problems by using different groups of guidelines. And this is a type of activity that has been very successful, and especially there have been quite a lot of workshops for African members. And now, in particular, we will have a workshop on contribution and collection and compliance, and in some weeks in Luanda, Angola, that will be in English, and about contribution collection and compliance. And the idea is to support institutions on addressing let's say their needs and their objectives of improving this type of processes, and by exchanging experiences and by the support of experts. Another, of course, the guidelines are in the center of other type of events, and the webinars, seminars, conferences, and there are also the webinars related to experiences of applying the guidelines. But I would like to highlight an important upcoming conference that colleagues from Egypt they mentioned yesterday, which is the International Conference of Management and Innovation in Social Security, which will take place for the first time. No, it's the first time that we do this conference in Egypt, and the Cairo, Egypt, and hosted by NOSI. And this and the conference, and we address topics related to the good governance guidelines and the change management, but also continuity and resilience, and how dynamic institutions can also include, let's say, principles of good governance. This conference will also address and will also present approaches to implement interinstitutional coordination at an international level, which is an important point to support migrant workers, topics that we are discussing yesterday. Last but not least, when institutions want to be assessed, want to be evaluated, and in terms of their application of the guidelines, and this is what the colleagues of NAPSA and I mentioned today, there is a program which is the ISA recognition program. And this program is like a certification, and that is provided to delivered to an institution after an assessment that the institution implemented a set of guidelines. And the NAPSA is one of the institutions that had this certification for more guidelines, and it was mentioned some colleagues that it's an excellent result, and I think that makes sense also considering the outcomes of the NAPSA colleagues. And so the recognition program is a certification that's also delivered through an external evaluation, and we are not involved, the Secretariat staff, we are not involved, we contract an external expert to do this evaluation. This enables to develop a permanent improvement and the approach in the institutions. The objective of the recognition is not to take an exam, but to support institutions on an permanent improvement. So the communication with the expert, and it's a constructive communication. If the expert identifies some weaknesses and in the institution and applying certain package of guidelines, the idea is to find out what are the weaknesses are in order to improve that. So this, and it's almost my final slide. Let's go to the final one, which will be very short, because there are resources that I would like to share, and you can go through. Basically, the key links for that are the links to the ISA guidelines. Also the workshop in Angola, please have a look, will be in English, and about contribution collection and compliance. Many of you already registered, and this workshop is organized by the ISA Liaison Office for Southern Africa, which is hosted by the colleagues of Eswatini. The link to the ISA recognition program, and also the link to the International Conference on Management and Innovation, scheduled for the 11th to the 13th February 2025, hosted by NOSI. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rao, for this wonderful presentation. Please have your seat before the question so that you're not kept standing. So basically, it was a fast presentation, like a fast train, but we're gonna catch up. The summary of what you said is that ISA is practically an organization that helps to build capacity in terms of helping both social security managers and institutions in best practices in key areas of social security administration. He did mention the guidelines in areas of governance, service quality, contribution and collection, compliance, information technology, investment of funds, promotion of sustainable employment, communication and security, and many other aspects of the guidelines. Basically, he said to assist organizations and institutions in ensuring that these best practices are carried out in their organizations. They have partnership with other international organizations, and they build capacity in terms of trying to train institutions and their managers in areas of good governance, and most of those guidelines. They also provide training and also provide training in different languages and workshops. They have online training and in-person training. And for the workshops, he did mention that they have seminars and conferences so that organizations and managers could meet up and share experiences and learn from each other's experiences, as well as also gain the needed tools and systems that they will go back and implement in their various institutions in order to improve on the social security management of their various countries. So he also said that there's a new product that has been developed. He mentioned developing guidance for long-term care in terms of long-term care. So they're developing that package so that social security managers and institutions in Africa will be able to develop programs or packages for long-term care of their citizens. So finally, he did mention that, look, while they provide you all these assistance, that there is a recognition. There's a certification that is provided by ISA. If you meet certain standards, they will send in their managers or examiners to examine the organization, to evaluate them, maybe carry out some assessment and find out if you meet up the standards. If you do meet up their standards, then they will issue you with a certification to acknowledge that you have met, that you are operating the minimum standards that are needed for you to get such recognition by ISA. So thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Please, if you do have questions, please, you can indicate so that he can answer those concerns or questions. The floor is open. Thank you.
If I may come in, Chair.
Please do.
Yes, we had guided that we will take another presentation so that we've got one Q&A session with your indulgence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Merci bien.
Thank you very much. Now we are going to start our next session. ISA. I would like to take advantage of the fact that you are concluding our meeting to thank all the participants to the forum, especially those who are chairing. So can I invite the next participant to come and start the next session?
Je disais.
So I was saying that the session is heading to a close. Thanks once more to the organizers, and I would like to congratulate those who took part. So now we are going to start our session on ISA. So we're going to see what's the role of the social protection, social security in protecting all the citizens. So we would like to invite the presenter to take the floor. You can go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, protocol observed. Good afternoon, everybody. May I just take 1 second to most sincerely express the gratitude of ASA to the AU Commission, pretty much the Secretariat, for this opportunity to present and to bring to your attention a very brief overview of ASA and what we do, and that how our work would contribute into the long-term vision of the African Union in realizing the extension of social security coverage virtually to the entire population of Africa. And in that regard, to also highly commend the African Union Commission for bringing us here to as a network of Africa social security institutions to kind of start discussing and all together meditating on the future development of our continent through the implementation of comprehensive social policies. I think this is the first ever very important forum of social security institutions in the continent coming together, while from the global experience, we have quite a number of these institutions having an experience in delivering policy issues in their respective countries or continents, and also contributing into the development of their countries. To also, again, in the same note of appreciation, to thank our colleagues from this beautiful country of South Africa, the land of Tata Madiba, the country of the Bafana Bafana and Banyana Banyana, for your warm hospitality and your friendliness. To be honest, I can tell you that we feel so warmly welcome that we almost are feeling not really wanting to leave. So, Mr. Chairman, you would allow me now to start this presentation, and I would like to make it as brief as I can. On behalf of the chairman of ASA, the Secretary General, and the entire ASA community. And what I'm going to do here is to just explain our role as ASA, like I said earlier, in advancing the African Union Social Agenda 2063 on achieving comprehensive social protection coverage for all citizens. And in this note, I will be covering at least 3 areas that link that role, which I just mentioned. That I'm going to give a very brief overview of ASA and what we do, and then dwell into our role in promoting social protection in Africa, linking it with the Social Agenda 2063, consistent with several other, as we can understand, social policy frameworks of the African Union, which are very closely social protection related. Just very quickly, to give you an overview of ASA, it is an association of Africa social security schemes. It's a recently established association, I can say, which was born in Livingstone in the Republic of Zambia only in April last year, and it was registered in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania in September the same year, and it is currently headquartered in Arusha, Tanzania. This comes as the birth of ASA comes as a historic decision that was made by the former council of ECASA, the East and Central Africa Social Security Association, realizing that it was time now that ECASA extended its ambit, its scope, to not only serve the social protection issues in the East and Central African region, but to extend this scope virtually to the entire African continent. The current membership base is in the neighborhood of 22 schemes, with the Sierra Leone's NACIT having just joined in just about a month or two ago. I'm going to explain that later. That's the first ever Social Security scheme joining the new association coming from the West African region, and that we target by the end of next year to have a membership base of around 82 members as we proceed. May I also take this opportunity in just about a minute to bring to your attention the fact that the Association of Social Security Schemes in Africa, ASA, comes as Africa's own institution, which aims to bring together African social security institutions to deliberate on very crucial issues in the continent that have to do with the development of comprehensive social security, social protection policies, which eventually can translate into providing the most important social security rights of our people. So when we come and work together and learn from each other through sharing innovative experiences in a synergy or in a constellation of as many social security institutions in the continent, the better, because it could be the best way to mobilize resources, skills, and capacities to just foster the social and economic development agenda for our continent. So we want you to view ASA not just as some kind of a foreign institution, but to really look at it as a typical African institution, which is bringing a typical African model of social security. Our strategic objective, which is embodied in our vision and our mission, is to bring together all statutory social security schemes in the continent to share strategic policy intentions, innovative experiences, and best practices on the delivery of quality social security rights and services. When we speak about social security benefits, we often refer to them as social security rights because we need to keep in mind that these benefits are acquired over time. So through the process of acquisition, maintenance, and eventual payment as benefits, they become a right just because they are maintained and they will eventually be provided as benefits. So it would be best to call them social security rights because they are acquired through time. We also seek to influence the design, implementation, review, and management of comprehensive social protection policies, as I said earlier, and their appropriate financing mechanisms. We also want to contribute to the extension of coverage, pretty much as you heard from yesterday's presentations and on, and the growth of social security sector in the continent over the longer term. The current membership of ASER is split into two, that we have affiliate member institutions, which are the typical social security schemes we're talking about here, which in this sense, we categorize them into at least 4 thematic areas. The pension schemes we know, or sometimes called retirement benefit schemes, health insurance schemes, workers' compensation schemes, and social security regulatory authorities. So these are affiliate members of ASER in accordance with the ASER Constitution. But we also welcome associate membership, which constitutes institutions whose roles, functions, and responsibilities are social protection related, such, for example, as private insurance firms, which provide life insurance and, let's say, occupational pension coverage. Such functions are social protection related. Occupational schemes, for example, employer liability schemes, and other social protection related organizations. So they become associate members of ASA. So you can pretty much realize that the membership base is that broad. Now, in terms of the current membership by country, also very quickly, we should bring to your attention the fact that we have recruited around 22 member schemes who are ASA members to date, from the earlier ECASA regime until today. So just very quickly, in brief explanation, I can say we have the country, the Republic of Burundi here, and we have a member scheme named INSS, the National Institute for Social Security, and I am very glad to say that the director of the institute is here with us. And also we have the country of Kenya, where we have nearly a membership base of around six schemes, and you will see the names are often pretty much related of these schemes. You'd be hearing of the NSSF, the NHIF, for example, and so forth. And then we have the country of Malawi here, another new member who just joined, and the scheme is named the PSPTF, the Pension Scheme Trust Fund of Malawi. From Rwanda, the Director General is here also with us. The RSSB is a member, the Rwanda Social Security Bureau. And then Sierra Leone just joined, like I said, a new member of ASA, coming from the West African region, and the scheme is named NASSET, the National Social Security and Insurance Scheme. And then from South Sudan, we have the South Sudan Pension Fund. From Tanzania, we have about 6 of them, again, which is pretty much the same as Kenya. And from the Republic of Uganda, the NSSF. From Zambia, we have 3 member schemes, NAPSA, the WCFCB, and the PSPF. And finally, from Zimbabwe, we have the NSSA, which is popularly also called NASA, the National Social Security Authority. Like I said earlier, the objective is that by the end of next year, we need to have at least reached a membership base of around 85 schemes across the entire continent of Africa. And may I take this opportunity to welcome our colleagues from the West African region and to also bring to your attention the fact that we already have Sierra Leone on board. And this also should come as an important recognition because we have an honorable minister from Sierra Leone here. In terms of our role now, going to the last part of the presentation, our role as ASA in promoting social protection in Africa, first of all, we all agree here and understand that the African Union is a continental body consisting of a very strong constellation of 57 member states that make up the countries of the African continent, and that the AU has got a number of vast, well-established protocols and frameworks, and most of them notably in social protection, social policy, and social development as important instruments to achieve inclusive social and economic progress, as well as social cohesion in the continent. We all understand that. And I should also bring to your attention from yesterday's presentation from the AU Commission, they even mentioned a number of social protection and social policy related instruments that are lying with the continent and which countries are encouraged to ratify and to also implement at national level. But notable of them, I would like to highlight on these 2 very quickly: the African Union Social Policy Framework of 2008 and the AU Social Agenda 2063, because these are very directly related to our role as ASA in fostering the social security mandate or social protection mandate in the continent. This important policy, the social policy framework, emphasizes on the extension of social protection through publicly financed non-contributory cash transfers. You read paragraph 31 through paragraph 33 of the policy, then it's kind of, these paragraphs kind of clearly stipulate on this other side of social protection, the non-contributory side, emphasizing it's important because it's one such area where whose successful implementation will ensure that the vast majority of our people in the continent who do not have even a single form of comprehensive social protection benefits coverage, they are reached. So therefore, this policy framework reminds the African member states or countries that by adopting it or ratifying it or even designing national policies through this guidance, we could better be able to balance between the contributory social protection systems, the typical social insurance, and the non-contributory social assistance systems. So that's why the framework notes that there is a consensus that a minimum package of essential social protection should cover, for example, essential healthcare and the benefits for children, for the informal sector workers, the unemployed, older people, and people with disabilities. So I want you to just realize, therefore, that sometimes it might be a question of not being very well informed, or let's say, perhaps being new to the sector, that we don't seem to realize that countries, social protection policies of our countries pretty much also address these issues in terms of the three key pillars of social protection: social assistance, social insurance, and supplementary schemes. With regards to the Social Agenda 2063, which was also very clearly explained yesterday, this is Africa's social and economic blueprint, which explains the socio-economic transformation of the continent over the next coming 50 years from the year 2013. I would want to encourage you to just look for this document and read it. It explains the continent's vision for social and economic development for the next coming half a century. And I can tell you the 7 key priorities, which I explained in there, are very crucial for all of us to understand, because many of us here are decision makers in the sectors, in the countries where we come from. So therefore, our sectoral visions, our national policy visions should be aligned to that continental broad framework so that we can be able to walk this 2063 talk. Now, in terms of social protection priorities, there are 2 indicators that at least 30% of vulnerable population, including people with disabilities, older people, and children, to be provided with social protection by the time. And that, again, another one, that all people working in the formal sector to be provided by social protection by then. And we understand that the implementation plan for key social policy pillars in that broad agenda will cover the period between 2019 to 2033. So now, where do we feature in as ASER in those policy undertakings or policy instruments? First of all, we recognize the profound complementarity between ASER's mandate and the African Union's frameworks and the strategies for the extension of social security coverage. So we have that complementarity. Secondly, ASER brings vast experiences on coordination of capacities, policies, and programs for, first of all, for its constituents and also stakeholders from across the East and Central Africa. So we have this vast portfolio of experiences which we think that we can take on board to share with for the rest of the continents. And therefore, through our expanded scope and mandate today, we are very well set to deliver the expertise that is required, and especially in the following areas. That first of all, as a regional and a continental voice in the administration of social insurance schemes, we will continue to benchmark programs to share innovative experiences in the membership coverage, compliance levels, investment portfolios, improvement of benefit levels, and the application of management information systems that many of you have already said in the earlier presentations for social security operations. Also, we want to continue strengthening the capacities of sectoral ministries and institutions towards progressive realization of the state's obligations in establishing and maintaining national social protection guarantees. We understand that once in place, through progressive realization, These guarantees will enable all members of societies in our countries to enjoy decent social security throughout their lives and to achieve higher levels of protection. We also wanted to contribute, as we have continued to, into high-level policy influence, in particular on social security rights of migrant workers and their families. I can give you a very quick example here that in recent years, in just about a couple of years ago, we provided policy expertise to the East African community on the drafting of regulations on coordination and portability of social security rights. And as we speak now, those regulations are sitting with the Council of Ministers of the East African Community, waiting to be adopted so that for the first time since the establishment of the East African Treaty in 1999 and the East African Common Market Protocol 2009, that for the first time, the East African Community region will now start experiencing the movement, the exportability of social security rights from country to country. As we speak, that hasn't happened, and therefore, skilled people who move from countries to countries in the East African region, in the member states, have not realized their social security rights. So for the first time, this will be happening. Can I also remind you from this important perspective that one of the regions in Africa which has very comprehensive instruments for harmonization, coordination, portability, and convergence of social security rights is the SADC region. They have the Social Security Code of 2008, the SADC Treaty of 1992, and most recently, the harmonization and the portability guidelines of 2018. But sadly, these precious documents have not been into enforcement enough to allow portability of benefits. The only bilateral arrangement which is working in the SADC region today is between Zambia and Malawi, which spans from the year 2002, where Malawi's workers who come to work in Zambia on a contract in the Copper Belt are entitled to social security entitlements when they go back to Malawi after the contract. It's the only working arrangement, notwithstanding the many beautiful instruments we have in the SADC. So it's our commitment, therefore, as the ASA, to reach the SADC region, meet stakeholders, very important decision makers, and discuss these important issues which are of huge interest because they will help the continent at least to reach a point to realize the fact that social security benefits can be able now to move around the continent at large. And we also have this famous ECOWAS General Convention of 2014, which allows for coordination and portability of social security benefits in the ECOWAS region. A very good instrument, which is nearly 10 years old, which was built on the ECOWAS Treaty of 1993, but which also rests on various labor movement protocols of the West African region and several ILO conventions several important ILO conventions on portability of social security benefits, equal treatment of social security rights and all that, Convention 118 and others. Yet, we still see that portability in the West African region, as we experienced yesterday, is also somewhat not very well implemented. So as the ASA, we think that it's very crucial that we work with Africa regional economic blocks to be able to at least build the capacities in terms of policy instruments, the implementation mechanisms, and the administration arrangements in terms of coordinating and making the movement of benefits possible. Recent ISO and ILO publications show that to be able to coordinate and make portability of social security benefits, it is not necessary that the existing national social security systems should be harmonized. Actually, portability can still be possible without harmonizing policies regulations, laws, and everything that is closely related, still it can be managed through simply administrative assistance by coordinating among the competent institutions and competent authorities like the schemes and the relevant ministries. So therefore, it is possible to make Social Security benefits portable just by coordinating them across institutions in the countries without harmonizing the legal instruments. We had the experience from Egypt where the Maghreb region is making this possible through bilateral and multilateral arrangements, but which are not necessarily harmonizing the existing instruments. And I can say almost finally that at ASA, we also continue with the strategic partnerships and collaborations with international social and development partners like the ILO and ISA, and other relevant institutions in the region to strengthen capacities of Social Security institutions and to sensitize for the extension of comprehensive Social Security coverage. We usually conduct an annual policymakers conference where we bring together high-level governments and Social Security institutions and other relevant stakeholders from Africa and the globe to deliberate on policies, reforms, and other Social Security matters of common interest. We have an academic institution which still holds the name of ECASA, which I am leading as the principal of that institution. It is called ECASA Institute of Social Protection, where we strengthen institutional capacities of our members, especially in-service professionals who come from the schemes and the schemes many of whose directors are here. And this we do through higher learning academic programs, through professional training, and research and consultancy services in this broad public policy area, but specializing specifically in social protection policy and social protection financing. And we do this eventually to fulfill the objective of providing the required or appropriate professional aptitude and competencies in the social sector in Africa. You will see from the table on the display the various thematic areas of social protection where we specialized in providing both academic training and capacity strengthening programs. That we specialize in the administration of pension schemes, in the administration of health insurance schemes, so we deliver capacities in there in terms of short courses and long-term courses, administration of social assistance schemes, principles of social protection generally, but we also have high-level training of governance of social protection schemes, the roles and responsibilities of boards of trustees and management. Now, finally, aligning with the social agenda, which we mentioned earlier, which has been being mentioned frequently since the first day, we are currently in the process of establishing a social protection, social security data center for Africa, which will facilitate effective and efficient evaluation of the development of social security in the continent. That dashboard will have all the necessary information we need to know at the level of social insurance and at the level of non-contributory social assistance systems in Africa. It's pretty much gonna work like a unified registry or system of registry for social protection, social security, institutions, parameters, and all other related issues in Africa. But we also are in the process of establishing a syndicate investment fund. The fund to be generated by Africa social security institutions geared at progressive long-term social and economic investment avenues across the continent so as to accelerate inclusive economic growth and social well-being of our people. Now, that said, I would like to thank you most sincerely by way or by word of this very popular slogan from the East African community: one people, one destiny. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiliza. Obrigado, merci beaucoup.
Merci bien.
Thank you very much. Let me ask the speaker to sit. This has been a lengthy presentation. I know that this is a new institution, brand new, and if it's a newborn, I think the newborn wants to make sure that everybody gets to know him or her. And our baby was born last year, and ASA is an institution that wants to work alongside other social sector institutions to promote activities that relate to this field, not only in our area, but across the entire continent. So I have in mind East Africa, West Africa, Central Africa, and Southern Africa. And we commend South Africa for agreeing to host us so that our institution can coordinate activities alongside other institutions to promote social safety. So Agenda 2063 would like to, of course, work alongside the African Union to promote the objectives of the African Union relating to social security. Since ASA is a newborn and has got major objectives and major challenges, so already they've started developing processes to help along so that within a year, ASA could continue doing what it's doing. It's been able to garner a lot of members, and once we all go back, I think we're going to spare no effort for our countries to join. And once again, let's give them a hand to a newborn. Thank you very much. So, and let's see whether there are requests for the floor. I think we'll take them haphazardly. My co-chair first, then myself. We're going to see who wants to take the floor, and we'll recognize you accordingly. Any request for the floor? Well, I can't quite see. What country are you from? Côte d'Ivoire. Someone else? What country are you from? Côte d'Ivoire, Malawi, Nigeria.
Session. If you're asking a question, please direct it to either the ASA or the ISA speaker so that it will be appropriately addressed. Thank you.
On peut arrêter la liste.
So, are we done with the list? We have 3 requests for the floor. Côte d'Ivoire first. As stated by my co-chair, please tell us to whom your question is addressed. Thank you, Honorable Moderator. My question is addressed to ASA. Is there a relationship between the Multilateral Convention on Multilateral Safety, and then he mentioned the one for ECOWAS? Could you tell us how all these organisms are working together, and how do they intend grow social security across the continent? Thank you very much. I think let's get all the questions, then we'll just respond at once to all of them. Malawi?
Directed to the presentation by ASA Thank you very much for opening it to a wider community around Africa. My interest largely is on the research component and the opening to more learning from member states. I think this is a very good platform where maybe we can have many innovations and many findings around the social protection. How can you open it to the interested members, maybe participants from member states to come to your institution and do more research around the social protection aspects? Thank you.
Bien, le dernier intervenant, c'est le Nigeria.
Last speaker is Nigeria.
Okay, thank you. My question is for Isa. I listened attentively to the guidelines that you shared with us, which is quite comprehensive, and they're covering a whole lot of areas. I also am aware that there's still more work to be done in most of these countries driving social security and social protection implementation in most African countries. And from today's section, yesterday and today's section, there's been a whole lot of numerous challenges that most countries have highlighted in terms of adoption, implementation, administration, and extending coverage of social security in the formal sector, even in the informal sector as well. So my question to you is, how can African countries balance the need for compliance with the ISA best practices and guidelines while navigating all of these socioeconomic realities, such as high level of informality, unemployment, poverty, that may hinder the inclusion of all our citizens in the social security system?
So I think I will call on Rao to answer the questions in view of the fact that you did your presentation before the ASA one. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. And thank you, Madam. Let's say the question relates to in general, how ISA members address this type of challenges, because the challenges addressed by African institutions, let's say, are not the only ones. In other regions also, and the countries and institutions have to face this type of issue of high informality and limited capacity. And what I can say is that let's say, African institutions also, depending on the countries and the region, and many times, let's say, very often are moving ahead, let's say, in a consistent way to adopt these practices. So the guidelines, and in this sense, they support them as let's say, as a roadmap, as a guide, and they provide them access to different practices from Africa and also from other regions. So the guidelines in some way support the decision makers on the different approaches, on the strategies, because for the decision makers that they have to define the type of strategy to they cover a certain group, one of the main challenges is that mainly in the country, they are the only ones that have to be that. So it's difficult to exchange experiences and exchange, let's say, approaches and ideas and with peers in the country. So it's important to see experiences in other countries and for institutions that are addressing the same type of challenge. And what I can say is that African institutions they face huge challenges, but they are also moving ahead in a very positive way. We heard today, and also we heard yesterday, how institutions are putting into practice different mechanisms, as you mentioned, for let's say, formalizing, improving the formalization of employees, through better contribution collection and the compliance mechanism, and also to enroll the informal and the sector workers through different approaches based on mandatory or voluntary, but in any case, and reducing the complexity of the administrative burden and improving the communication and the awareness. All that, if you have a look to the guidelines in the different chapters, they give some type of roadmap of the areas to address. For example, identify the beneficiaries and workers, and simplify the administrative mechanism, improve the communication and the awareness, and exchange information with other the national organizations in order to better identify the persons and also to simplify their administration burdens. So the African institutions, and I think that are using the ISA guidelines in this sense, and in this case, for example, the colleagues from Zambia and NAPSA colleagues did the recognition, the certification in some of them, particularly the ones on contribution on coverage extension, but also on technologies, and other also members have done the same. So for me, it's an interesting application. I think it's a positive application, and this is also what they have been sharing, and through the recognition, but also presentations, participation in different events. I hope I responded to your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ralph, for your contribution. And it's important that I think all African countries know that in order for us to achieve the aims and goals of Vision 2063, that we must put the right systems in place so that we will be able to be better prepared in order to ensure that our organizations put in effective and efficient systems, tools in place for us to be able to harmonize and share the various experiences that will enable us to improve our various organizations so that we can achieve some of the fundamental goals of Vision 2063. Thank you very much.
Bien, on va passer la parole à Assa.
Very well, Assa has the floor.
The question from Côte d'Ivoire had two components, A and B. A, they wanted to understand whether there is some kind of similarity or convergency between these multilateral social security arrangements in the regional economic blocks or corporations. More or less, also wanted to know whether such arrangements help us to grow social security across the continent. The answer is practically yes, in a sense that all these arrangements, both bilateral and multilateral, towards coordination and portability of social security benefits or rights in the continent, but from the regional economic bloc's point of view, is that nearly every Africa region has some kind of a general convention for that purpose. We give an example, just very quickly, of the ECOWAS General Convention, which I mentioned earlier, of 2012, 2014. 13. You are going to have to realize that this convention was built on a consensus based on the Treaty of ECOWAS of 1993, if I'm not mistaken, but there were also protocols for the free movements of labor, several of them, which also feed into the convention, as well as the Mother ILO Convention number 102, which identifies or provides a list of the minimum contingencies which this general convention recognizes that there should be the benefit rights which will be portable in the ECOWAS region. So it's a very rich general convention which is built on rich international standards, both from West Africa, from the ILO, and internationally. Convention number 118 on equal treatment, or the Non-Discrimination Convention, equal treatment of citizens and non-citizens, also contributes into the development of this instrument. Now, like I said earlier, it's a very comprehensive policy instrument what is lacking, more or less, that makes it not being so effective or efficient in helping realize that now social security rights can move freely across countries in the course, is the very common lack of political will, which is often the challenge we face in nearly all the countries in our continent. More or less also what we would call national sovereignty. But the most encouraging word here is that at least we have the documents, we have the instruments, and that there is progressive realization in implementing them. The second part of the question wanted to know whether such instruments can help the continent or the regions to extend the coverage. I think that that's the best way forward to go, that you start coordinating and making portability possible at the regional level. And then we eventually connect it at the continental level. So we make the benefits accessible all over Africa. So you work in Kenya today, you go and work in Eritrea, you retire in Nigeria, then in the process of working in other countries, you continued to acquire your rights, you continued to maintain them, and eventually when you retired in Nigeria, you were paid the benefits, and so you continued to enjoy a retirement life. So this is what is happening now in East Africa, that they are in the final stages of implementing coordination and portability, that they have finalized the general regulations, which will act as the general convention to make portability possible, alongside a comprehensive social protection policy, which has also been finalized, which also recognizes the principle of portability, which was developed with the assistance, with the technical and financial assistance of the ILO, but all East African member states contributed into the policy. So it's a comprehensive one. Then I give the example of SADC, just to finish, that of all the African regions we know, some of the best instruments for harmonizing, for portability, for coordination, and even convergence of social security benefits come from the SADC. The most recent guidelines even mention the countries which volunteered to start piloting harmonization and portability of benefits. Eswatini is there, Lesotho is there, the giant South Africa is there. But implementation hasn't been effected for the same reason, the usual, very same reasons you know, okay? So to just conclude on the question, because my colleague, the retired chairman, will also comment on that, the answer is yes, that when we start making portability of social security rights possible at the regional level, then we will eventually make it comprehensive for the entire continent. And for that matter, I thank you very much for such insight.
Yeah, thank you very much, our principal of our institute, which we encourage members here and in our African countries to send your trainees for training. But I want to finalize from ASA by saying this. Africa has been making a very big mistake. We have been competing internally as opposed to competing outside with the other people outside Africa. It's a high time that we speak in one voice. And that's why we are promoting HASA. We must stop fragmenting ourselves into this and that corner. The time has come, we as social security institutions, we speak in one voice. We invest jointly in African infrastructure. It is only us who are holding social security assets who can do continental projects and investments in our various countries. It's only us who can genuinely pull up our weaker brothers and sisters in Africa to the same level. And it's only us as Africa who can defend Africa and the interests of Africa at any level outside Africa. We have been taken for granted for too long. Africa rising. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's all come together under ASA.
Thank you. So you said 1 minute, quickly, 30 seconds.
Well, we had a question from Malawi regarding our capacities for research and what we can do to contribute to the capacities of our member schemes and stakeholders. The answer is again yes. That through the institute we will communicate. We have a website. I think I will give, and we also have contacts, so that you are able to get into and get the details about the institute into ASA website, but at the same time also seeing the opportunities we may have to work together, sharing research opportunities, publishing, and also providing consultant services in this broad area of public policy, talking about social protection. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, contributors. For me, heading the delegation from Nigeria, it's been very, very beneficial to us. One thing we've learned from here, all of us, is that while we've got ISA putting in the systems and policies in place, we've got ASA who help us to actualize and coordinate this to ensure that this happens for the benefit of Africa and Africans. And that will quickly ensure that we achieve the goals and objectives of Vision 2023. So please let us support both organizations, particularly ASA, so that we can realize the Pan-African dream of making sure that everybody within the social security space benefits from this in-house or internally generated solution. Thank you very much. So please let us applaud both participants and promote the African project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the co-chairs for the efficiency and the eloquence in which they coordinated this work. Colleagues and gentlemen, it's been a long one. However, it was beneficial in terms of exchange of information and best practices from different countries. We are going to break now and go for lunch. Lunch is 1 hour, 2:30 to 3:30. As we go out now, we just want to announce and to remind that the meeting on the forum will finish today. Tomorrow we've got a completely different meeting on cooperatives, launching the Africa cooperatives. Some colleagues here already had made arrangements to be part of that meeting. What we are doing is just to refresh your minds, but also extend invitation. So tomorrow is a day for cooperatives, just as a reminder. But for now, we are breaking for lunch. Let us just say bon appetit. We meet at 3:30.